We are ready to get started. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody here in LA, everybody in Luxembourg joining us, and everybody joining us from home. We are so excited to have you back today. A few notes for our physical event here. Of course, water station in the back. If you're using the Wi-Fi, password is build fast. And don't forget that we have a code for CakeFest attendees if you are going to order food to your hotel tonight. Postmates has offered us $25 if you use code CakeFest23. I learned a hard lesson last night. Do not give your Postmates driver your security pin until you actually receive your food. So I learned that the hard way last night, and my driver took my food. So if you're going to order food, make sure you follow the directions that are very clearly stated on the website. Okay, so we are going to get started. I want to give a quick shout out to all of our sponsors. Of course, our platinum sponsor every year is Cake Development Corporation, the team setting up and are very involved with the event, and a returning diamond sponsor, Passbolt, which you will hear from Remy in just a few minutes. They have been extremely helpful. They've put together this satellite event with Technoport, and we are so extremely thankful. Zulu Cloud is another diamond sponsor. It's a new project that will be coming soon, and you'll get more details. Thanks to SwiftCode's API, Andre is here, so if you'd like to hear more about his company, you can speak with him, Mark Software, and Kudip. So thank you to all of our sponsors. Make sure if you are tweeting, if you are posting pictures, whatever, hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP, because we would love to see them. So we are going to get started, but we're going to turn the mic over to our Luxembourg crew, and we're going to intro our our keynote of the day. So please welcome from Passbolt, Remy Bertot.
Can you hear us fine? Can you hear us? Okay, I'm going to need to check if I'm good. Can you hear us? Can you see my screen? Let's check on Slack. Hello? Yes, all good? Yes? All right. So I'll start. Thanks a lot for having us this year again. Very excited about this first attempt at making a satellite event and streaming both ways, in both directions. And so for that, I would like to thanks a lot Amanda, who's been instrumental in putting this together, and of course Vivian on our side, who have done a lot of work to make this happen. So thanks a lot, guys. Switch. No. Okay, yeah, it works. Okay, so who I am? I'm Remy Bertot. I'm one of the co-founders of Passbolt with Cedric and Kevin, and we've been users of CakePHP since version 1. So it takes us a long back. And one of the first applications we built together was an e-learning platform called Click on French, and we've been not super active contributor of CakePHP, mostly users. We have helped a little bit in translating, for example, stuff in French, but not. We are happy users of CakePHP. So thanks a lot for all the core CakePHP developers. You've been instrumental to our success as well. So I'm not going to spend too much time telling you about Passbolt because it's not an advertisement, but basically Passbolt is an open source password manager. Everything is open source. You can share your secret with your team. It's available on iOS and Android and in a terminal near you. So if you have curl and GPG, you can pretty much interact with Passbolt, which I think is a pretty neat feature. You don't need to install a lot of things to integrate and feed your secret into your CI/CD pipeline. So Passbolt is a password manager, but can also be used as a secret manager. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about authentication. So authentication is l'Arlésienne, as we call it in French, is this topic that always comes back and never gets solved. And if you're a developer, especially a PHP developer, you will be doing a lot of creating an authentication layer for your application every time you start a new project. And CakePHP has been pretty good at helping people using the authentication plugin to get started and make sure that you have like proper authentication in place. But it's always a step that you need to go through every time you set up a new project. So today I wanted to share some lessons learned and some experiences that we collected along the years, because obviously we are getting old. So what is authentication? Authentication is asserting the user's identity using something that they know, so typically a passphrase, a password, a PIN, something that they have, so typically a token, a certificate, a key, a device, something that they are, so the biometrics, so for example, their fingerprint or their face, and in some cases also something they do. So you may have seen, like for example, in crowd control, they would like use video to detect how people walk and identify people based on their gait. But there is also some banks that are using, for example, gestures. So if they know you always hold that phone that way and you tend to swipe like this, then they will know if you start swiping differently that your account have been hacked. It's not a technology that is generally available, but like it is used sometimes. So we're not going to cover that too much today, but I just want to say that it's there. And generally, when people do authentication these days, they will use 2 or more factors. So something that you know, for example, your password, your PIN, and something that you have, like your device, or sometimes a combination of 3. So for example, the biometric will unlock your PIN or password, or like basically any combination of the 3. So we'll start with the most basic one, which is like password-based authentication, which pretty much these days is getting challenged a lot, but still that is something that is done a lot. So I'm not going to explain too much like the process, because most likely you have implemented such a system. As Jorge mentioned in the first workshop, when you are building such a system, you should make sure that you have cross-site request forgery protection in place that is provided by CakePHP by default when you do forms. So this is to make sure that an attacker cannot, on another domain, craft a form and have a user make an action on that separate domain and basically trigger an action like deleting your account or like purchasing something on another server. So this token is quite important. And after that, when you submit the form, basically you send it back, the server will check if the cross-site request forgery token that is sent is the same as the one that is set in the cookie. And after that, you'll have all sorts of validation, like calculating the hash, comparing the hash, and starting the session itself. So obviously, there are a bunch of problems with password-based authentication. One of the most common one is phishing. So somebody can craft a fake website and have you enter your password there, and then use that captured password to log in your state. So there is also other type of attacks where for example, if your email or your passwords have been part of a leak and you're reusing credentials on multiple websites, then an attacker can try to stop that credential in other websites and see if they can log in. They can also try to brute force, so even without using leaked credentials, they can just try random stuff until it works. And if your password has been part of a leak, so for example, if there is a SQL injection vector available in your app and they are able to extract the hashes of the password, then they might be able to crack them offline if you're using like a weak hashing mechanism. And there is obviously the option for adversary in the middle. So if you're not using HTTPS, an attacker that is on the same network than you can see your password. You have something that is a bit less known, which is like password logging. So for example, if you're working for a large organization and your server is actually not the end server serving the request, but your request is jumping through a lot of hoops, these other services might log your request and might log your password in clear. So sometimes, like when you're dealing with large organization and you don't really know how the request is routed, people will implement like hashing client-side to make sure that this clear text password don't end up in the logs. One last item that is also not well thought of most of the time is user enumeration. So, for example, if you know my email address, or if you want to know and you want to know that if I'm present or not on a given website or service, then you can try to basically submit my email in the login form or the account recovery form and see based on the behavior if I'm there or not in the system, and then use this information to craft a phishing campaign against me, because you know I'm using the service, so you can try to use that information to have a more elaborate attack. So implementation considerations that people work on, generally, they would try to check against breaches, make sure that the credential strength is good enough when people are setting their account. For phishing, there is obviously user training that is required, and it's one of the weakest points at the moment, because people obviously fall for that, as Mark mentioned in his workshop. And the account recovery needs to be implemented to cater for people losing their password or not remembering their password. If you have people attempting to brute force or do credential stuffing, you will need to, maybe set a captcha in place, or set up a web application firewall, or set up some alerts. You need to make sure that your hashing mechanism is set up correctly. Like, for example, CakePHP now use the default password functionalities of PHP, and it uses pcrypt, and it's safe by default. The salt is included as part of the baseline, so you don't need to set up and manage the salt anymore, which is kind of neat. And HTTPS, even though you set it up, it can still be misconfigured, or you can be using weak algorithm. We talked a little bit about client-side hashing, which is like an edge case, but depending on where your service is sitting, you may want to consider this. And for the user enumeration, you would need to provide an experience where you have, if the account is there or it's not there, you would provide the same error messages or success messages. But even there, you can still, using statistical analysis, see, depending on how you're coding, if, for example, when the user is not there, it's faster than when the user is there. You could potentially deduct if a user is there or not, and it's quite a complicated topic, and it's quite hard to implement. So one of the things I wanted to share today is this library called ZXCVBN. I've seen a lot of projects, CakePHP projects, or just plain PHP projects, where people implement their own validation rules for passwords. And setting things like, it should be a string with that many characters. And there's a good chance that you will be missing some obvious stuff. Like, for example, people can reuse their own email address, and it matches the parameters of using one special character and the number and a certain length. And they are using something that is very weak. So this library, ZXCVBN, helps you implement a strong password validation and give you a score. So the advantage of this is available server side, it's available client side. It contains also the list of the most known passwords, and you can give it contextual data, such as the name of the person or the email, and it will make sure that the user is not trying to put the name of the service and the current year, that kind of thing. So I found you can implement pretty easily strong password validation using this library. One of the other authentication mechanism that you will implement when you're a developer is the account recovery link option. So the way it works is pretty straightforward. Again, we post the username and the cross-site request forgery token, and in exchange of that, the server will trigger an email notification with a token that have been generated, and the user will need to switch context and go to their email client, and then click on the link, or type in the code that was sent over this link, over this email. And then the user will complete the the account recovery, and you will either like perform one action like resetting the password, or like you will start a full session. You have a website like Medium, for example, that don't allow people to set up a password, and they just use this mechanism to log in. And so this way people cannot set up weak password. They need to use their email. So there are still some issues. So in terms of phishing, obviously you're moving the problem back to the email provider. You're saying, I don't want to deal with phishing, so you deal with it. Same with password. And so you're relying on the email provider being set up correctly. It's still possible to do user enumeration, as we mentioned, man in the middle. Similarly, you know, if you're sending email over non-encrypted channels, so maybe, you know, there's an option there to listen to this. You need to make sure that these links cannot be reused, so your application logic needs to take care for like preventive replay attack. And yeah, you have no way of knowing if that email is going to be logged somewhere or intercepted, because, you know, it's that's how the protocol works. So there is also additional issues like UX issues and potentially email delays or emails being in spam, and so the user experience is not that great. Implementation consideration, if you're doing the magic linking, you still need to train your user not to put their credential in the wrong places. You still need to make sure that user enumeration is not possible, HTTPS is required, SMTP is done over TLS. Check, well, you know, what is the, on the user side, how are they receiving their emails, if it's possible. And one of the weird things we have seen also is, depending on how you build your service, some email client will click instead of the user, and so it will count as, you know, the magic link being used, and you cannot use it twice because the client is previewing the web page and clicking in the place of the user. So sometimes people will be like, oh, I cannot log in your service with your magic link. It's just because of the way their email clients configured. It can be quite annoying. So some of the lessons learned we had with magic link tokens. Ultimately, we have started reusing this authentication token in many places. So sometimes you will have like a reset password token or email validation to set up your account on a new device, and so we ended up reusing like a same table with like a token, which is like a large random token, and an expiry date that is already set directly. So one of the, instead of saying like expired, for example, Boolean true or false, we will just put the date at which, you know, the token is supposed to expire, if it's a token that expires. And you don't have to calculate the expiration date. You can just like make sure that, you know, it's set and it will be used by default. Similarly, when you consume the token, you can mark it as expired now because you've used it. So it can be like something that you want to do depending on your use cases. So using multiple types and adding some context also might be useful. So we do that, for example, in some token to verify the context. So for example, when you're doing a single sign-on, it should be normal that the user agent is the same, that their IP address is the same. If they change browsers in the middle of a single sign-on, you know that something is fishy. You can also use that to drive. For example, you know that this token is valid for a single sign-on using Azure for that particular configuration. So if, for example, the configuration have changed, then you don't allow them to continue using that token to complete the authentication with the previous setting. So we use that basically free-form denormalized field to store additional information about the context, the previous action, the next action, the setting that is associated with the token when it was created, that sort of things. And one thing you may want to consider is how you're going to handle purging. So that's why I would recommend using a very strong token. So the largest your token, the very unlikely you're going to have collision. So this way you can safely purge them. The SMS authentication is like, a variation on the theme of the Magic Link. And instead of sending to an email service, you're sending to an SMS service. So it's pretty much the same thing, except it's going by SMS. It's still possible to phish. You can still have adversary in the middle. For example, if your network is not safe, you can brute force. So for example, SMS, typically you will send like 4 digits, so there's not a lot of options. Depending on where you are in the world, and I know for example in the US, it's possible to have like SIM card swap. So an attacker using the account recovery option in your phone provider to take over your phone number and then receive the SMS instead of you. And this is pretty weak spot of SMS authentication, even though it's one of the most used MFA, because people assume that, service provider assume that you have a phone, so they are sure that you will know to use your phone, and so that's a pretty safe bet that you will be able to perform multi-factor authentication with your phone. But in terms of security, it's not that great. So there's not much you can do there to improve this type of MFA. Then we have TOTP. So I'm not gonna go through tips to implement SMS notification. It's not something that we do. It's not something I would recommend doing unless you're dealing with a large user base that is like fairly non-technical. The TOTP authentication is another scheme that is often used in more like services that are geared toward like a bit more technical people, where you will need to scan a QR code and it will generate a temporary code that is rotating every minute. So it works pretty much the same. You will go to your other clients and you will get the TOTP token and you will enter it in the form, and then you will check server side if that TOTP that is sent by the client is matching the configuration that you have server side. So if you have never done TOTP authentication before, it's actually fairly easy to implement. There are still some considerations that you need to take into account, like an adversary in the middle. It's still possible to create a phishing site. Still possible, if you send your site is not protecting by HTTPS to snoop on that, and it's possible to brute force TOTP. Typically, it's a 4 or 6 digit that you need to enter. So it's not a lot of options. So you need to cater for that. And there is also issues with some clients. So for example, with Google Authenticator, your TOTP tokens are synchronized without end-to-end encryption. So if somebody have access to your Google account, for example, is successful in phishing you for your Google credentials, then they will have access to your the TOTP for your other services. And that's not depending on TOTP itself, it's depending on the client implementation. And obviously there's on top of that, now you have the UX issue of losing your TOTP. This is why Google Authenticator have implemented this sync, even though it's less safe, is to cater for this user experience issue of people losing their device that store their TOTP. So they choose usability over security there. I know that they're planning to roll out end-to-end encryption for that, but it's been more than 6 months now. So implementation consideration, user training. It's hard to teach non-technical user to use TOTP. HTTPS is required, of course, and you need to cater for the max fail attempt scenario. So you probably need to do some throttling, some alerting, and this is not really nice because, for example, if you throttle an attacker, you may throttle the regular user as well. So it's quite complicated to build these kind of systems. And for the synchronization of this TOTP, then you need to also review what kind of TOTP application your users are using, and sometimes it's not always possible. Yeah, and how to go around people losing their TOTP, you will need to have another process, typically another MFA method like SMS, or basically making it, as good as the least good MFA factor, which is also not great. Otherwise, you can let people, fill in a form and perform some other offline authentication. For example, if you're in a company, you can check the identity of the people yourself and disable their MFA temporarily. But if you're in the consumer world, then obviously you cannot implement that. If you have never implemented TOTP, I recommend you to check out Spunky Lab, OT-PHP library. It's quite straightforward. As you can see here, you just need to generate 32 random bytes. This is basically 160 bits of characters, and you feed that secret into the TOTP factory create method, and then you set, using the identity interface, you basically provide the username or the issuer, for example, the name of your service, and then you get, in exchange of that, you get provisioning URI. That provisioning URI can be used to generate the QR code that is used for scanning the secret and storing it on the phone. Here, for example, is an example on how you could render the QR code as part of a CakePHP view cell, and you have some options in terms of image rendering. Like here, we are rendering an SVG, but you can also do that with a PNG if you want. There are many options. You can also choose the size you want, and the density of the QR code, that sort of things. So we have here an example of how to validate a TOTP using a form in CakePHP. And as you can see, it's pretty straightforward. You load the TOTP provisioning URI into the factory, and you provide the value, and you verify, and you get a Boolean injection. So it's not so hard to implement. What is hard to implement is the user experience around people losing their TOTP. So another method of authentication that is used quite a bit is O2 OTC. So for example, if you're using Azure or Google SSO, this is typically a protocol that you will need to implement. There are several flows. Here I'm showing like code flow, which is, I would say, like one of the most popular that you will see. You have other type of flow like hybrid flow, or even like with Azure, you have like a flow that they call OpenID Connect, which have like less back and forth. But they are pretty much around the same, based around the same kind of concept. So here you will, the client will start their single sign-in process, and the resource server, which is your application, will create a URL for which the user will be redirected to. That URL includes the client ID, the response type, which is like the code flow. It contains again also a state and a nonce and a scope. So the state is used to make sure that cross-site request forgery attack are not possible, and the nonce, yeah. The scope is used for OpenID to specify that this code will be used to give you some information about the user, their email, that sort of things. So typically, if you have other capabilities, like you don't necessarily just want to have their user identity with that code, but you want to perform some additional information, some other requests. Some service like Azure, for example, will allow you to read their emails or do all sorts of things, like read their emails in their mailbox and not just get their email address. So then, based on that, the client is going to the authorization server. So it can be like a a Google, or it can be any O2 compliant server like Azure or GitHub or whatever. And the user is redirected here again with the code. So the code is what you will use from the resource server to query the authorization server to get some information about the user. And the state is also returned and is checked against what is there in the URL and in the cookie. So this way you have the cross-site request forgery protection, like we've seen with the cross-site request forgery token in the previous flows. And next, the resource server is using that code to get some additional information about the user. So typically, if it's compatible with OpenID Connect, it will give you like a GWT, which contain information about the user, such as their email and other claims that you've requested in the scope, and as well as a nonce. So the nonce will be used to make sure that the initial request that you did is correlated with the final request. So this is to prevent scenarios, replay attack scenarios coming from an attacker that would pretend to be an authorization server. And yeah, that's it. After that, you need to validate the GWT. You check the signature, you check for the expiry, you check the issuer, which is like the domain, to make sure that the domain is matching the authorization server, and then you can actually log in. So there are still some security issues with O2 OpenID Connect. One of them is cross-site request forgery, which we have seen. Like, you need to make sure that the state is set and checked correctly. Same for replay attack. You need to make sure that you check the nonce and you check the GWT expiry. It can still be adversary in the middle, and so you need to check that you have HTTPS and GWT signature as well. One of the key problem is if the service is unavailable, then people cannot log in and will need to basically fall back on using their email, which is not great. So for services like Google or Azure, it's quite rare when they go down, but they do sometimes, and so that might also like affect your service as well. Yeah, there is some problems also depending on how OpenID is implemented. For example, in Azure, the emails are not necessarily verified. It's the same for Google. They will tell you if an email is verified or not. So you cannot always trust the information that is in the GWT, and you will need to actually read the specs of your auth provider to make sure that the claim is actually what you expect. And maybe an email means is not. It's a free form field that anyone can fill up in their interface, and you cannot use that for authentication. There are some concerns around privacy, so every time you log into a website, Google or Azure will know about it. So maybe it's a good thing if you're like in a enterprise environment, because then you can use these logs to set up alerts and integration with your security systems. Like I know, like Cedric never works on Sundays. Then I know if he logs in the middle of the weekend, no, he's saying he works on Sunday sometime. Okay. So we'll disable that alert. But you can do this kind of things. It's still obviously possible to set up phishing to steal the credentials that are used on the single sign-on provider side. I'm not gonna go in how you can implement O2 because it's as you can see, there's a lot of checks and a lot of like steps, but I would just give some feedback. We've been using like League O2 client, which is from PHP League, and it's quite nice, but it doesn't do like GWT signature verification, so it doesn't do the OE-DC part. You need to implement this yourself. So just be careful if you go there. If you want some extra safety about like JWT signature, you need to check, do some discovery around like getting the certificate from the service provider. So this, you need to build that yourself. Yeah, there are some other considerations like Azure secrets that are used in the last step. For example, you send the client secret to connect to the authorization server, and you need to store that secret on the resource server, and it expires after some time. So if you forget to rotate that, then your SSO might be broken. And so if this is something to remember, to make sure that you notify your administrators that their SSO integration needs to be refreshed every once in a while. One of the things that we've implemented in Passbolt is, for example, we make sure that the admin complete the flow themselves before enabling SSO. So this is to prevent like the admin saving a wrong SSO setting and basically like rolling out the SSO to their user even though it's broken. So you would want to like make them play that flow and use the fact that they completed that flow to save the settings. So this is one of the use of the token, the authentication token that I mentioned at the beginning. So we use, for example, this context information. This is an administrator that is doing a trial MFA, trial SSO for these particular settings, and in exchange of that, they will get a token, another token that will allow them to save these settings. So we have this mechanism built in to make sure that people don't shoot themselves in the foot. So one of the last topic I wanted to cover is the future of authentication. Mark did a workshop on that on the first day. And it's an interesting and emerging topic. So you've heard, for example, about FIDO, passkeys, WebAuthn, U2F, CTAP, and so I'm going to give a primer again in case you missed Mark workshop. The FIDO 2 project is a project that is a joint effort between FIDO Alliance and the W3C. This project aims to kill passwords. So basically make sure that people do not fall for phishing anymore. So it's composed of several components. One of them is the WebAuthn. So WebAuthn protocol is the part of the protocol that connects the client, your browser, and the relying party, so a website, a CakePHP application, if you will. But it has also another component, which is called CTAP, which is the protocol between the client and the authenticator. So, for example, if you are using like a YubiKey, the protocol to connect to the browser from the USB key will be different than, for example, if you're using your phone. And we will see what are the different options, what are the different type of authenticators that are there. So there are hardware-based authenticators that can work with a USB or NFC, but you also have some other authenticators that are based on Bluetooth, for example. So this whole thing, these two protocols and this relationship between the authenticator, the client, and the relying party is what is included in the FIDO 2 project. So the WebAuthn part of the specs is mostly sitting with the W3C, but people from the FIDO Alliance are obviously sitting there and talking about it. And you have like CTAP, the specifications are available on the FIDO Alliance website, and obviously the two are very strongly related. So how does it work? Like a passkey, there are different definitions of passkeys. So it's a new term that was coined like 2 years ago because like obviously CTAP and WebAuthn is not a very sexy name if you want like mass user adoption. So what is a passkey? It's a private public key pair that can be used to authenticate. And one of the new things that was added recently is the ability for these passkeys to be shared across multiple devices, as opposed as making these keys hardware bound. So it's still possible to use keys that are hardware bound, but it's also possible to use keys that can be synced across devices. So for example, if you're in the iOS ecosystem, you can have like a passkeys on your phone, and that passkey on your phone through the iCloud keychain will be basically made a copy on your laptop. So in a nutshell, the way it works is the client data that is sent by the relying party and the client, the browser, is hashed and signed using a key that is easier hardware bound or that can move around. And additional to that signature, some data related to the authenticator. So for example, if I'm using YubiKey, I will have maybe some information of the certificate that is used to generate these keys, and information about the properties of that authenticator, so that if, for example, if you're on the FIPS environment, you're working for the governance and they recommend using only certain algorithm or certain configuration of the algorithm, some information will be there about the authenticator. It's not always there, but the client can request this data to be there. And then to verify that signature, then we take that signature, we take the public key that was registered during the initial setup, and we verify that the signature is valid, and we compare the client data with the original client data. So for example, the RPID, that sort of things. So in practice, this is how it looks, the flow. So your client will use HTTP protocol to request for assertion options. So this is the login flow. I'm not going to do the registration flow, but they are very much the same. There's a little twist in the registration, but the login flow will give you enough information about how this works. The login flow is called the assertion flow. It's just the way it's called. So the client sends the username and request basically the relying party to give him information about which credentials are registered and can be used to log in. So at that stage, you will have the relying party will give you a challenge, something to sign, something that is truly random that you need to sign, the ID that is used by the relying party to identify itself, the list of passkeys that are registered on their website, and some options like the relying party wants the user identity to be verified strongly or not. So sometimes relying party are optimizing for speed. So for example, you're part of a checkout workflow. You don't want the user to do very strong authentication. You want them to pay fast and then solve the problem later. But in some other context, you want to go slow. So you want them to have a strong biometric check. And so the relying party can basically give some options based on that. Obviously, the client can take these options as a suggestion of presentation, or ignore them and then let the relying party decide if the authentication that was made was as per their request. Then the client switched to the CTAP protocol. So in the JavaScript environment, you will call a method called navigator.credentials.get. So you have in the navigator, the credential API is the one that does the interface with CTAP. So there is not so it's reusing another set of APIs to do that. So it's not a dedicated protocol. You can use navigator credentials to do other things that is not related to WebAuthn, but basically this WebAuthn and the credential API are working together to trigger the start of the CTAP protocol. And then the client will trigger a function in CTAP that is called authenticator get assertion with the RPID and the hash of the client data. So the identity of the user at that stage is not provided to the authenticator. So this is like a privacy functionality that is built in the protocol to make sure that that the personal identifiable information are not roaming around if they are not needed. And then you will have the authenticator will perform some some checks, but for example, checking if the RPID is matching the ones that that is there for that key, that sort of things. And then the authenticator will provide authentication data, the signature, and information about the context. And then the client will send this assertion response back to the server with the client data JSON, the authenticator data, the signature, and the user handle. And then the relying party will verify the signature, assert the RPID, so make sure that this signature is actually the signature for this site and not another site, and proceed with logging the user. So you've seen talk about like this flow completely replacing the login flow or being used on top of the login flow as multi-factor authentication. So it depends, for example, on the options that you're providing at the beginning. So some sites, for example, Google, will consider that if you use your phone, then it means it's something that you have. And because to unlock your phone, you need to have biometry or know your PIN, you already have two-factor authentication. So you can use this to log in. But like, for example, if you're using a YubiKey, as Mark showed initially, that don't necessarily have a PIN, if for this exchange the PIN was not requested, then you don't have several factor authentication. You just have like something that you have, which is the YubiKey, and something that you have, which is something on the YubiKey. So it doesn't count as a multi-factor. But yeah, it depends on your requirements and how many factors do you want. So how does it look? So these things are under heavy construction. There's a lot of work happening at the moment on like what the user experience should look like. And so I'm just going to give you if you've never tried setting up passkeys, basically I'm going to do that for you so you can see like how it feels. So here is on macOS and Chrome. So when you go and do the registration process, a pop-up that is managed by the browser will come on top of the site, and then it will propose you to create a passkey. So there is already like a preference here. Chrome is basically saying, we're going to store these passkeys in the password manager of Google, and I'm going to use Google to synchronize this passkey around. So here you can see that this is already problematic because like, Google is making a choice for you on like how you want to sync these things. And for most users, it feels like just like macOS asking for their fingerprint, but they don't really understand where the things are going to be stored. And we'll see why it's important later. So there is another option for flow. For example, if you want to use a hardware key, then you can select and click on use different device and click USB key, and then click insert your USB key and then press it, and then click allow. So you can see already that they are making sure that this experience is not as good as the one that they propose by default. So and this is the experience on Chrome. If you've seen Mark workshop, he was using Firefox, and there was no proposal for anything else than the YubiKey, because like currently Firefox only supports YubiKey. So you can already see, for example, somebody that used both Firefox and Chrome, their experience would be like, okay, what's happening? Why is this one proposing me this? Why is this one not proposing me the other one? So yeah, this makes the user experience very fragmented. How to manage your passkeys when you're using macOS and Chrome? First, you will need to go to settings, and then you need to click on manage passkeys, and then you will go back to settings with autofill and passwords, and then you have the list of your passkeys. If you click back on passkeys, then you cannot go back. You have to do the whole thing again. It's crazy. Like they really hide that manage passkey screen like very far. And the issue with this is that if an attacker managed to set up additional passkeys, for example, they manage to abuse the account recovery flow to create and register a new passkey for you, then like you will not be able to see it. It's the same like here. like on your computer, you will not know like which one are installed unless you know really where to go. So for example, you will not know, is this passkey managed by Chrome? Is it managed by somewhere else? Is it managed on my phone? Like, I don't know. And you have to jump through a lot of hoops to understand like how many passkeys do I have and where are they located. If you using macOS, Chrome, and iOS, so as I mentioned, you can do you can do that. So you have a USB, you click on use a phone and tablet, and then you will have a QR code, and then you will take a picture, and then at that stage, the Bluetooth protocol will be used. So it's using Bluetooth low energy, which have a range, estimated range of 50 meters, which is quite a bit. And you don't need pairing for using that protocol. So that's why they've used it. Generally, when you, for example, you install your like I don't know, like a soundbar, or like you link two devices together, your car and your phone, like you will have like a some pin that you need to enter. With BLE, you don't need that. So that's why they choose that that Bluetooth protocol for exchanging data offline. So yeah, then you will be prompted to sign in, and you will have like a biometric check on your phone, and you'll be able to log in. Similarly, how do you manage your passkeys on iOS? Well, you need to go to not to passkeys section, in the password section, and then you need to basically find click on an entry to know if it's a passkey or if it's a password. So again, like it's not very convenient to understand whether this thing is a password or passkey, especially for non-technical users. On Safari, completely different experience. Obviously, Safari is a macOS product, so they're going to push you to store information into the macOS keyring, but it looks a bit the same than Chrome. So if you're using both Safari and Chrome, you're like, okay, I thought I was storing it in my browser, but here now I'm storing them in the keychain. So again, it's a bit confusing. And then if you go for other options, then you can pretty much do the same with security key. Here you can see, like the first time I tried to set it up, I got like an error. I don't know why. It was on the YubiKey test site. So they might have some issues there. And then the second time I came back, I had like an option to set up a pin for my security key. And something you need to know is that on the YubiKey, you can only store 25 passkeys with a pin. So that's also a limitation that is not necessarily well known. And if passkeys are being rolled out like everywhere, if every time you use your security key, YubiKey, and it requires a pin, then basically you can only have 25 sites that does this before, you know. So, and I don't know what's the behavior when you reach that number. It's like, is it like forget the first one, or it's showing you an error? I don't know. I've not tried it. I don't want to break my YubiKey. So managing your passwords on macOS is the same. You know, we've seen here in the message, a passkey will be saved in the iCloud keychain. So I go to iCloud in my keychain, it's not there. No, what you need to go to passwords, and then like you can see your key finally. And similarly to iOS, you don't know if it's a password or if it's a passkey. So obviously passkeys are only as strong as the account recovery mechanism. So I dig a little bit on like what is the account recovery mechanism for iCloud. I didn't have the time to do it for Google, but I suspect it's pretty much the same thing for Microsoft. I've not checked, but for Google, I know that they require you to have another device enabled, and for iCloud it's the same. So you must authenticate using your password, and then SMS would be sent. So basically, there would be like some form of handshakes where you have like your device, when you're adding a new device, there would be like a key exchange using iCloud, and you would be able to liberate that key from one device to the other. But it will only be allowed to move between, you know, like secure enclave of your phone to another secure enclave of your phone. You will not be able to read that key. It will be transmitted in the format that only the secure enclave can understand. So if you want, there is a link. You can read more about that. I must say, like, it's quite well documented compared to some other providers. So you have solved a lot of problems with, you have removed phishing, you have removed the need for, man in the middle. You cannot do credential stuffing, like you need to, every authentication attempt is unique every time it's using like a random challenge. So an adversary cannot like try a random challenge. They cannot be brute forced. If you have like even a leak of the public key, it's completely useless. And you cannot do adversary in the middle because HTTPS is required to be able to use that WebAuthn protocol. It's the same, you don't have password login anymore, but you still do have the user enumeration problem. So if we go back to the first step, we see that here on the assertion options, we send the username, and this is quite problematic because if you're an attacker, you would know, okay, this person is registered on that site, and then you can basically craft some attacks around that information. And you still need account recovery, and we see like, the account recovery, because it requires end-to-end encryption. It's not like a trivial thing, and so if you lose all your devices, basically you're gone. That's it. You cannot recover. So it's also like a good marketing thing, because like you will need multiple devices, so there's more devices to be sold. And you still need a lot of user training. In my opinion, this thing is not ready for prime time when it comes to like mass adoption beyond like using it as a second factor authentication. You will need to read the small prints also of the services, like, so it's not an exercise that people will do, I expect. So you solve all this problem, but you now have a new category of problems. So like one of them, like we solve phishing, but we introduce all these other problems. So we touch on passkey lost. We've touched on physical proximity. Like if an attacker is within range, they could potentially use that. It's not trivial, so I'm not considering this as a big issue. But if you're like, I don't know, like a journalist or like a whistleblower, this might be interesting information for you. Then you have passkey management and review. So for example, if an attacker, if your service, if the relying party is not showing you clearly what are the passkeys that can be used to log in on this site, an attacker can potentially, manage at some point to add a passkey, and they will have like a nice regular login. And so you need to train your users to manage their passkeys. And we've seen in the interface that this is not very easy to do at that stage. And I've not even touched, I've just touched the client side, but I've not even touched on the RP side to explain like the passkeys. Are the passkeys available to admins? If the keys are roaming around, and we've seen, for example, with Passbolt, if you use Microsoft Hello, you expect that everything is private to an application. It's not, depending on like how your laptop is configured, depending on what kind of application you have. This information that are available via Microsoft Hello might be available to other applications. And it's not trivial. You need to do like a lot of research to understand like who can access what. There's the user enumeration and the privacy problem. So we've seen that, for example, if passkeys are not, if an authenticator is not playing by the book, or if a client is not playing by the book, they could have information about the client. So there is a lot of privacy consideration for clients and authenticators, where you as RP also, you also have some information to protect. For example, one of the things that we will talk about is making sure that you don't use the email as the login, but you use like a completely random ID. So this way, like you protect your user with some additional privacy. There is also the option that, for example, the root CA or some intermediate certificate is leaked at some point. So we've seen this with public key infrastructure in the past, for example, with SSL. You do have some root CA that are compromised at some point, and people can forge certificate for google.com. So this can be quite problematic, and this basically the same problem would also be available for passkeys. So for example, if the YubiKey root CA leak, then an attacker will be able to pretend to forge any signature. And so this can be quite an issue. It will be like a rare event, but you will need to be ready to deal with it when it happens. Similarly, you have some issues around quantum computer, so it's related to this. Public key infrastructure is not quantum resistant at the moment. So when quantum computers will be available, if they are, then that might become a problem. So the fact that quantum computers may or may not be there in the future, and the fact that root CA may leak or not, you will need to build in some crypto agility. So like right now, like there is very limited set of algorithms that are used for signatures, and they are not post-crypto resistant. And so if we start adding post-quantum cryptography, we will need to support the old algorithm and the new algorithm, and we'll probably need to roll them out at the same time. And you will also need to implement crypto algorithms that are quantum resistant and have different variations, because maybe one may become compromised. So this is like for people that have been in the software industry for a long time, they will remember that the crypto systems were not as stable as they are now in the past. And so you would have like a RSA, cyber, like some issues around RSA or some optimization or some problem around RSA, but like for the last 10 years or more, like this algorithm have been like quite optimized and quite stable. And we're gonna move to an area where these algorithms are not necessarily safe, and we will need to be agile and be able to switch them. We will be able, and so for you, if you implement passkey as your main authentication system, you will need to pay a lot of attention on how I'm going to rotate keys. So for example, I know this key was using this algorithm that has been compromised, so now I need to rotate all my users' keys. And how do you do this? In which order? Like, how do you notify your users to do this? And these are not trivial problems to solve, in my opinion. But the more you start thinking about them now, in your design, you will be a little bit ahead of the curve with these problems. So yeah, that's pretty much the security issues. There are some other issues around passkeys. I think with passkeys we're kind of in the hype phase, so everyone is like super hyped up about it because it prevents phishing, and I think it's great. But like at some point people will start to like see the downside, and I think like the faster we reach that point where like people are like have digested and like their hype and went down through that phase where they hate passkeys, then we will probably like have the opportunity to have like really good passkey implementation and adoption. So the end user experience is going to be key. In FIDO, there is the UX working group that is working hard on this to make sure that there is a unification between like what service providers are requesting in terms of options, and also like the way authenticator and client are behaving. Because right now it's the wild west. And there's obviously like specs. The specs are moving a lot, and the specs are being pulled in very different directions. So you have on one side, website like I don't know, like Amazon that want very fast checkout, seamless user experience, and on the other side you have like banks that want like to know like exactly what kind of version of the YubiKey you had, what kind of algorithm that you use. So these are very different requirements, and they are all built in the same protocol, and so that makes it like quite hard for developers to understand. Okay, I have all these options. What should I choose for myself? Then you have also like some gatekeeping around authenticators. So for example, if the bank starts saying like, okay, I don't like these devices, or like I don't like, for example, iOS, then you might even have like a more fragmented ecosystem. So similarly, if the barrier at entry for you to build an authenticator is too high, then you will not have like open source alternative. You will not have. You need to use proprietary authenticator, and like authentication is the business. So there is like a vested interest behind it. So that might be an issue on the long term. For example, password managers are not considered good enough to be authenticators at the moment, even though we are part of the FIDO Alliance with some other password managers. There is, we are considered like the least safe option to store stuff because we don't have hardware capabilities like the secure enclave, which is obviously better than just encryption with keys that can be exported. But still, the password manager have the habit, the experience on like building user experience for people to log in safely. And so right now, for example, credential manager like Dashlane will completely bypass the WebAuthn authentication implementation in the browser and inject in JavaScript their own implementation of the WebAuthn endpoints and basically be able to hijack this JavaScript environment and replace the primitives to trigger their own version of CTAP. And what is called monkey patching, which is basically you're overriding the JavaScript primitive of the engine, of the browser. And but this is the only way for credential managers to be able to act as authenticator, at least in the browser. So there are discussions with Apple and others. Like people have very different opinion about the subject. Like Apple is more trying to go down the road of like forcing credential manager to have a desktop app to be able to talk to the account keychain. Microsoft doesn't really want to integrate, as far as I know. And you have stuff like, for example, Ubuntu or Firefox. The support is almost inexistent. So then it makes things quite complicated. For the open source community is not really going to have the same chance to play than the big players that have hardware access, or that have marketplaces or a browser. FIDO Alliance is the pay-to-play initiative. So like there is no, basically you find banks and GAFAM, but there are no like actor of the civil society at the moment. So like when it comes to making specifications that are like super important for if it's supposed to replace password and like be used by everybody to authenticate, is it a good thing that only the big corporations are involved and not the civil society that might have, for example, the journalist or the whistleblower might have different requirements than these banks. So this is something to think about, and if you are interested, then I invite you to get involved. And as Mark mentioned, like I'm not an expert as well. Like I'm not an expert of that topic. I think it's an important topic to get interested in. And if I say something wrong in this presentation, and for sure it's false, then please do and come ahead and tell me. And if you have questions and all, then I'm happy to discuss that further with you. That's it for me. I'm not sure if we have time for questions, but
less than 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Any questions here? Do we have questions here? Anybody? No? Okay. Thank you, Remy. Okay, so we are going to move forward. We still have another speaker that will be joining us from Luxembourg, and you probably know who he is, especially if you have been following CakePHP for a while. We are extremely thankful for the core team. We have a couple representatives here and Mark in Luxembourg, but we are so thankful for what they do because the framework could not live and survive without them, dealing with, all of the pull requests, everything. Just thank you guys so very much. So let's get into our next speaker. Mark is extremely active, and he is consistently working to make sure that the quality of code is up to par. That's kind of his thing. So everybody, please welcome from Luxembourg, Mark Scherer.
He's coming, I promise.
Yeah, he's fetching the laptop.
Can you hear me already? Or not, right? I need to first connect here.
They should hear you. They should hear you.
Okay. Still, I need to log into.
Yes, exactly.
It might take a few seconds.
Yes. That's the new presentation. We are right on time, actually.
You're right on time, yeah.
Yeah. So let's check. Should be okay.
Test 1,
We
2.
can hear from, yeah, well, that's it. So, yeah, I think you're good to go.
Good. Then we can start right on time.
Perfect.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this CakeFest and to this talk. Today, I'm presenting how to leverage the IDE and how to be very quick, very efficient in your daily CakePHP development.
Oh, looks like we lost your feed.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid.
Seriously?
You can still see you.
What is going on? So, okay, let's try this again. Hopefully the connection is stable now. Welcome to this talk. Today I'm talking about how to leverage the IDE and how to be very quick and efficient in your everyday CakePHP development. Some short infos about me, as already presented. Yes, I'm. Oh my gosh. Why?
I don't know. It's disconnecting you. I don't know why. On your computer.
Let me try a different browser.
Yeah. It's like it's always.
Presentation.
You need to find the tab.
No, entire window, entire screen. This one.
Yep.
Entire screen. So, hopefully I have solved all our connection issues now. I will continue. So, quick update about me. I am working with CakePHP already for 13 plus years. It's probably now 15 already. I have been, I'm based in Berlin, and I have been doing a lot of PHP development for the last 20 years, and specialized in tooling, so automation of stuff, background tasks, and so on. And so, yeah, also naturally provide a lot of CakePHP plugins that I'm using, but also I assume other people are using. So we're gonna dive right into the new CakePHP 5 version, together with the PHP Storm IDE, because that is the status quo in a way of all the IDEs. Like, this is a very powerful one and provides a lot of functionality out of the box. So we're gonna use that to present. Some speed up tips, some rapid development tips for CakePHP. I'm gonna explain some of the annotations and how you can also have better autocomplete and type hinting in your daily work, which usually means
It's gonna be tricky. Mark's laptop kept being disconnected from the call, from the GT call. I don't know why. Otherwise,
the connection is just gone. Do we have a wired connection? No, right? We can't just wire in. It just
you can use the you can
Let's hope the internet connection stays alive.
Yeah.
For at least the next hour. All right. So, I showed the agenda, and if we still have time, I can go a bit into PHP stamps on, but that might be a bit out of scope. So we'll see how far we get. So for PHP, for CakePHP 5, the PHP Storm IDE naturally comes already with a very high support, or the other way around. CakePHP 5 is coded in a way that you don't need to do too much kind of meta and annotating. There are a few plugins that are recommended though. One important one is the deep ASOC completion. This one helps you with arrays and the keys that are possible in arrays. So whenever you have an options array somewhere, it would go into the code and would extract all the possible keys and give you them as autocomplete. I'm fairly certain we can show that as well pretty quick. If I go to any code in the sandbox and go to, I think here even, right? Before or after? Depends on what kind of array and options, probably somewhere. I could also just go to that link. And kind of just give you this link as well to look through what other options are available. Yeah, so this deep ASOC completion can really help to find the right keys to avoid that you have a typo in there and you will never find it. For example, if not empty, some configuration array, some key, and it's wrong, then you will never be able to use that code. If you don't have tests for it, you will not find out. So maybe look into what kind of options you want to enable. Some unchecking of things that might be needed for code styling, just to have all the modern stuff available as well. You can also look that up in the plugin wiki. So that's all there. Now let's go to the actual annotation. When you bake new code, it comes automatically shipped with quite a few annotations. So if we go into a entity, let's say exposed user. So it already ships with some properties for the entities. It ships with method calls for the table classes. All of that is generated by bake in a way. You might have outdated signatures though coming from Cake 4. Using the annotator of the IDE plugin, you can automatically update them. So if we run this here in Cake annotate, usually it will tell us that you want to use a type, so all. And I'm using dry run just to show, but not do anything. So nothing changes. I can show you, for example, if this one is missing, then it should actually, yeah, there was actually some things it did. Yeah, it really updated quite a bit of those from the previous to the new style. So you can see that it adds those annotations, and they're really useful because inside it will then have the correct type returned. So you don't have to guess what the method, the available methods on this are, but you can directly use them. So whenever you do a save call or a find, it will give you not just the interface of the entity, so the abstract type, but it gives you the concrete exposed user with all the possible methods and properties that are in this specific one. So in this case, we know that it has these properties, and you can directly reference them. So that is really helpful, and it keeps it always up to date. So whenever we add in the migrations a new field, and you just run the same command again, it will automatically add a property here, and you have direct access again in your code base, and also your static analysis tool will be happy about this. Yeah. Then we also have code completion and meta files available. I'll go to that in a second. For now, the meta files for the IDE are often some generated code snippets here that in a way just show you the signatures available. So these are these magic callbacks that we have inside of a controller, for example, or inside of a component. And by default, the IDE wouldn't know how the signature looks like. So when you are inside of a component or a controller, we can take any controller, maybe contact or export controller. And now we want to add not just before filter and after filter, but also maybe a before render. Public function before render. And now through this, it has the signature available. Yeah? So that helps with these more magic things, because by design, there is no direct interface linking to those. So the IDE would not exactly know how to generate this. And the same is for the ORM, with all the possible behaviors and also all the events that are callbacks inside of the table classes and the behavior classes. So it's quite powerful in your IDE to really have them available, because it's so much faster to actually include these kind of little snippets for your events. And the third one is the PHP Storm meta file. This is the most powerful of them all. It kind of looks like this, if you want to really look into it. So this is generated by the IDE helper based on tasks. So you can also generate and create your own tasks for any specific class and method, and what it's supposed to return or what it's supposed to accept as parameters. I can dive into that really quickly just to give you a better understanding. Maybe I'll do that on the documentation. It's probably a bit easier if I go into the wiki here, docs. Generator. So some examples, but we are mainly interested in the different directives. So the override directive would, in a way, just take a string and would give you back the class. So what kind of class would be returned by something? This is usually happening when you have a table locator get call, where you just put the string of the table in, and then the concrete object is given back, so the IDE knows what you're working on. I can probably show that in the queue. So if we have here a table locator get, then this is the magic string, and it returns us the actual queued jobs table. So instead of just having what the get return would usually return, a normal table without any information, it can actually give us back the more concrete version, and we can work with that and continue to work with that further down. And the second benefit is that you can have autocomplete on this. So whenever you have such methods where you know a finite number of possible values here. So these are magic strings in a way. And magic strings usually are considered bad. So in order to remove this complete magic, we can make them visible as types. So if you want to look it up, you can go into here, and you can usually select, I know why, we have to write this in, actually we have to do this in the sandbox. So here, there we go. So queued jobs table, this get table locator, get, yeah, and now it will give us a list, it will give us a list of possible models, in this case all tables, that you can select from, and if you type enter, it will automatically add it into. So now we have the queued jobs table, and it also knows the exact type, which is the queued jobs. So if I go here, it will also give you the auto-completed methods it has on the specific object. So in this case, for example, create job, and the next level would be create job inside of this plugin has also been added to this process of meta file generation. So there's a specific task that takes care of create job. And so if we go into create job, it will again be able to give us a list of all the available tasks that we have at hand. So maybe we want to use a mailer task. And we can feed it then with the options that it provides, if anything. So you can see that with this, you can just type very quickly. And of course, you could also use the fully qualified class names, but then you would need to know exactly where they are, what are they named, and you don't get like this kind of list where you can think about what is it, what you need. So both is viable. If you use magic strings, it should be auto-completed, auto-completable in a way. Yeah, that would be my recommendation. So yeah, we can auto-complete this, all that, that's cool. All right. Let's go back to the directives. So this was mainly the override. Expected arguments is much simpler. It would just give you the list of possible values, but it doesn't care about the return type. So this can be useful if you have a list of possible magic strings and you just want them to be auto-completed. So I, for example, use this for icons in the templates, but you can use it for anything where the return type wouldn't be an object or anything specific. So I can show you that in a template. If I go here and I have bootstrap icons and all kind of font awesome icons, and I go to echo this icon, this is my icon helper, render, I can now select from a list here. So it just, this task that creates the meta file has been instructed to look into the CSS files and to extract all the possible keys there. And therefore, I can now see exactly what I'm looking for. So when I know I'm looking for some kind of battery, I can just filter already. And I can see, okay, well, I want to have the battery full. And then it can render out this icon. And I know it exists because this is the list I selected. I'm not just typing something where I could have the wrong kind of underscore versus minus versus some other typo, but it actually should render out. So if I go to the test page, I see the battery sign. And I can, of course, use also different styles. I think there is a namespace style as well in there. yeah, Bootstrap. Bootstrap has a namespace here. You can define all that in your own, like whatever you allow this to work and to happen. And you can see the icons showing up. I don't really, and that was all my problem before, I always forgot about it. I needed to look up into the Bootstrap icon documentation and look through millions of those. Whereas here I can usually be much quicker. So this would be the second directive. Here. Then there is a third one where it's mainly important about the return values. So this one you can also use and generate. And the last one, actually it's not the last one, this one is a register argument sets is for combining, it's for combining and reusing these kind of lists. So when you have these icons and you have different methods where you want to use this list, you can generate it once into a set, and then you can reuse that set in the other directives. So you're saving a little bit of file space, especially when you have a lot of methods using the same thing. It can really help to kind of keep it comprised. So for example, for the model tasks, you can see here that the aliases for the get are locator interface, locator aware, model aware. So all of those are taking the same model name as argument. And then we're just using the set once, and then we're putting the set into each of those. And so we're only printing the list of models in this case once, and reusing them in those. I think you can see it somewhere later down. Yeah, we don't have to go into the code directly now. There is a new one in there that I didn't use much yet, exit point. So we can also specify in the IDE which methods actually abort. And then it wouldn't give you this information about, hey, but your code doesn't exit or return or anything. Unreachable statement, so to call. That is probably something we don't use much. The core code could use that maybe. So we have abort in the command line and a few other things where we could probably annotate as such. Yeah, and of course you can create your own, as I've done for the queue, as I've done for the icons, for the icon helper. So we probably don't have too much time to dive into that. That's why I will probably not do a live coding on that. Something that you might find useful. File usage can also be very powerful. Is the new route path handling. So you might have seen in Cake 4.4 or something where it was added that you have that you can create URLs not just from the array with controller and action and also so on, but you can also create them from paths. So with all the tooling that I just explained, I can show you how that kind of works. So when we're here and we are having a HTML URL rendering, you kind of know that there is a action controller and so on, like something like this. So this can often be error prone because you have to manually also know these kind of things, and it can be potentially leading to a wrong URL. There is a new way of doing that with the URL path, link from path, yeah. I think there's also URL from path. If I go to URL helper, there should also be something built from path. That's the method exactly. So, and both of those methods now have also autocomplete. So here you can see that the IDE helper, knowing all of the possible actions, controllers, actions, and so on, can generate a list even the complex ones that are inside of a plugin, for example, here this the admin prefix, access controller edit action. So by just clicking, I generated the URL for that. So this can be quite useful if you want to really quickly work with URLs and you don't want to have this more verbose way of using arrays. Whatever you want, it should be showing up in our little test. Yeah. It works the same way. It uses everything in the meta file built by what we configured inside of our IDE helper setup. So in the IDE helper setup, some people want to use array as generics instead of the old school way with the brackets. Objects can be done the same way. You can add specific custom annotators. So you can replace the original annotator with a custom one that you have extended if you want to. You can add additional tasks for the generator on top. In this case, the service task has been added to have autocomplete for the services being loaded. Yeah, the icon, this one we don't need anymore. Remove. The icon render task is responsible for the icons that I just showed you earlier. If you're curious, you can probably look into how the collect icons works inside, how it collects all of the possible icons from the CSS files, so the metadata in there, and how it creates the argument sets here, sets it all into the right method for render with a position of 0. That means the first position inside of render, and gives it all back to the main IDE helper command to actually then render this out as this text file that you have seen before. It all becomes this huge blob of PHP Storm metadata. So yeah, depending on how much time we got, we can go a little bit deeper into how we create this and how it can actually help you to also enhance it at any time if you need anything. Every time you create a new kind of job, though, you need to rerun the annotator. In this case, the generator. So let's see if we can bake a new job. So terminal bin cake. Where's the bake for the queue? Queue bake queue task. So can bake queue task, and it will probably, yeah. So I need a name for it. Foobar is great. So Foobar has been created. So we don't have to do, yeah, we don't have to do anything in this now. I just want to show how what you need to do in order for it to register again. Because if you go into here and you want to now select Foobar, it doesn't show, right? So the annotation file is not up to date. What I usually do, composer setup. Composer setup is a shortcut for me, so it's just a script in Composer. Composer setup. Wait, that's the wrong one. I need this one. So setup. It just runs generate code completion and generate PHP Storm. So you could add as much as you want into the setup command, but once you run Composer setup, it will internally run the necessary IDE helper commands which will regenerate the meta file. And you can see in the meta file, if we open it as a diff, it added the foo-bar task into the accepted arguments list. So creating the task, baking it or manually creating it, modifying it any way you want, running the regeneration command, and now if we go to that, it should actually have the foo-bar available. There we go. Yeah. So there could be some investigation if the new PHP Storm these days also understands fully qualified class names. That would be nice, because then you can more directly follow up on these things. But for now, I always used these kind of strings. Yeah, so this is how you have your own custom methods available, and how easy it is to quickly have everything able to get typed out. I already showed the icons and templates and how you can create autocomplete for it. What could be interesting is maybe the IDE helper extra. So you have two options dependency wise. You can either add any task for the generator in your own plugin, making it dependent on the IDE helper. So that is a dependency towards it. And if you don't want that, you can put it into a pivot kind of plugin. In this case, extra, because then this plugin has the dependency towards the IDE helper and towards the other plugin or whatever code library this might be. So that is just a way to resolve the dependency issue if you don't want to have this dependency. And in this case, I just threw in here the icons, the icon topic, and even the authentication service load identifier. So you might know about the authentication plugin. There was some talk about it the other day. And it also has a load identifier with certain possible strings in there. And of course, you can submit your own tasks for the generator of any of these plugins. And you can also put it into your own. I think the Q plugin, as I've shown earlier, directly ships with it. So here, the generator is directly in here. So in this case, I'm fine with having the dependency because I'm owning both plugins. So I know about possible upgrading topics. But if you want to keep it out of your dependency tree, you can have your own plugin on top that would reference both directions. It actually also has isQt, which, interesting enough, has this second para as possible position, right? So it should also work with isQt. I haven't used that for a while. Let's see. Table is isQt. Ah, yeah. And the first, in this case, something is a reference here. Doesn't matter. And then it's the actual name. So we can see it also works here because we defined the autocomplete on the second para through this meta file. The first one has none. So if you would know the possible references, because we maybe looked in the database and we know it can only be 6 different types of references. So these are also in a way magic strings. We could also autocomplete this. Yeah, so this is absolutely something that this would be more on application level, because references here refer to the type of Q job specific to your application. Yeah. And here you can make your own addition and just reference, autocomplete this part as well. Cool. So good that we looked into this, because isQt has a nice example of using not the first but the second argument. And then we do have a little bit of time, right? A few minutes. it is helpful to look into the CakePHP stan extension, because it provides, on top of what we just did for the IDE and for the humans to work with it, it also provides static analysis completion. So it makes it understand it better. And so it's really vital to have this part of your code base if you're using a lot of these kind of things. I will show you how this looks like if we don't have it installed. So this is the Q plugin, right? And here, if I do composer stan, it would find 17 issues out of the box. One of them is the getStats method here that exists on the Qt jobs table. So the IDE understands it. I can click on it and I can follow it. That's awesome, because we have our little get trick with a meta file in it. But this meta file is for the IDE only, and for the PHP stan, it's unlimited. So if we add the CakeDC extension in require dev, and we enable it in the neon file here, vendor CakeDC extension, we composer update, we need to do, needs to load it, composer stan setup, because it's a plugin, doesn't have it automatically. And then running it. You will see that all the 17 errors go away. So you have two options. Either you manually annotate everything inline. You can go into, where was it here? You can manually annotate this. So you can add here Qt jobs table, and then it also is understood out of the box. Absolutely fine. But if you want to really quickly write through, then oftentimes you don't want to have every inline annotation in there, and it wouldn't be needed with these kind of tools. So it's absolutely up to you if you want to add 17 or potentially at least 17 additional inline annotations, or if you use the tools available that help you to create the safe kind of code base that we want. Cool. Any questions?
I have just a question about what you just explained.
Yeah.
How did stan, because you're including the CakePHP stan file, how did he know that that was the right table? Because this is your homemade table. Repeat the question. Repeat the question, otherwise I won't.
Oh, yeah. So the question is, for this specific here, get table locator get, how it knows that it's this concrete kind of object, so that it really gets the right kind of getStats method, so that it knows that it exists on this kind of object. For that, is it already open somewhere? And let's see. Yeah, right. There we go. It has this kind of dynamic loading extensions.
Okay.
And these dynamic loading extensions have the same kind of locator pattern that the core uses. So if you have the name, you can derive the class name by convention from it. And this is something you need to teach PHP stan, because it wouldn't directly know it out of the box. Yeah. It's a good question, and it's also a nice way to learn how you can also use that for your own types. So whenever you are, again, in need of this, because you want to use less inline annotations, then maybe you can write a similar kind of extension for your code. Any other questions?
Thank you. Now I know what I'll do on Monday.
Is there anything in the chat?
Only install the composer?
Yeah, I think so, because, I mean, the question is if it's only installable via Composer. Yeah, as everything in these days in PHP, everything is done via Composer. I am not aware of things that wouldn't be using Composer these days. So it's kind of a de facto standard, and it's very comfortable. And it saves you usually a lot of time, because you don't have to maintain these vendor things on your own. Okay, and I think then, there's another question coming in. Oh, no, it's not. It's just thank you. And yeah, just a quick note, I'm open for hire in end of this year, maybe November, maybe later. We'll see.
Shameless plug.
And so hit me up if you have any cool Cake projects or not. It can also be PHP projects, of course. And maybe, we'll find it together. I'll bring my tool chains and tool kits with me. Cool.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark, and everybody at Technoport. Thanks to Passbolt for joining us. I think they'll be with us a little bit longer, but it's getting late for them, I know. So we are going to take a quick break, but before we do, I have another elephant to give away. So I'm using the spinner with everybody's names here today, so you do have to be present. Let's see who we've got. Edwin? He's still here. Oh, here you are. Congratulations. You won our elephant. Okay, so we'll take come on. Very prestigious, yes. Accept your award. Okay, yeah, so we're going to take like a 15-minute break and we'll be back with our next speaker.
Thank you.
Everybody wave to the camera, they're saying bye.
Oh, they're waving at the camera, everybody, so wave back. Okay, welcome back to CakeFest 2023. We are live from LA. We have our satellite event in Luxembourg, thanks to Passbolt and Technoport, and you are probably watching from home as well. So welcome back from our break. Remember, if you are tweeting, #CakePHP, #CakeDC. Thank you again to all of our sponsors. You could be watching live right now on YouTube or our Facebook page. So comment. If you have questions, feel free to put them in all of the chats because our team has been monitoring them and we will make sure that they make their way to the speaker. So right now, taking a break from all of the tasks I've been making him do for our event here. Representing, of course, our platinum sponsor from CakeDC. He is a super senior developer, I would like to call him. So please welcome Alejandro Ibarra.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, hi everybody. First of all, excuse my English. I am not a native speaker, so if you don't understand something, you need to, you want me to repeat something, just let me know. Okay, so today we will be comparing 4 of the most famous tools to have a local environment. Okay, there are a lot more, but I took some of them that they are available for any system and has uncovered mostly on the main needs you will have, like database, web server, etc. Okay, 1 second. Okay. So, okay. So about me. Well, I am Alejandro Ibarra. I am from Spain, and I work for KDC for the last 11 years. Okay. I started with programming 20 years ago with Java, but I switched to PHP more than 10 years ago. I have been using CakePHP since version 1.3. The last 10 years, I have also programmed in other languages like Elixir, Rust, but I still in love with PHP and CakePHP. Besides being a developer, I am also a proud father of 2, a 13 years old boy, and my daughter is 8 years old. Okay, so why using a tool for local development environments? Mainly, this is critical because you need to be as fast as possible to develop. You need to have an environment as much as possible like your production or staging environments. So having a local environment that you can share with the whole team make you faster and efficient, and have you ensure that all your team has the same, are working in the same environment. Okay, so what tools will be compared? Here we will be comparing four tools, as I said, 4 of the main tools that we're using nowadays, like Devilbox, DDEV, Lando, and of course Docker Compose, to compare how fast you will be against Docker Compose using the other 3 tools. Okay, so my challenge for this talk was mainly that I only use in my day-to-day, I use DDEV. Okay, so my challenge was to install the other tools and compare them to see how they behave against DDEV and if some of them are better or not. I was discussing with Jorge when I was preparing my talk if maybe if we found that another tool is better than the one we use now, we could just switch to use it, but let's wait for the finish or for the conclusion, okay? So how will they be compared? Well, basically, I took some, the portability, how easy is to get it ready or to get a project ready using that tool. Also, the community and documentation and others, other things, okay? So initially, instead of Lando, I have selected Laragon, but I found that it's only Windows, and I think most of developers, probably Windows is the less used OS for development, so I discarded that. Okay, so any question to here? Okay. DevilBox. According to its author, DevilBox aims to provide you a universal zero configuration LAMP or min environment. Okay. So the first thing we need to know about DevilBox is that it does not work only for PHP, but it has many services and it works for many programming languages, many servers and services. Okay. So it is pretty easy to install. Okay. It has an amazing control panel where you can monitor everything in your DevilBox. So that is one of the advantages. Okay. The versatility also. It has many PHP versions, many web servers like Apache or Nginx, many databases. So it is a very good tool. So the main disadvantage is that you have one environment for any project. So you have a folder with the list of projects, and if you want to, for example, use Apache for one project and Nginx for another, you can't. Okay? They have introduced the ability to use multiple PHP versions, but that is very recent. So yeah, it's the only thing you can configure per project. The other things, I mean, you could have multiple databases, etc., but the Docker containers are common for any project you have configured there. So if you deal with different clients or different configurations, it does not work for you. Okay, so yeah, I have some notes here. This is the customizable configuration. It has, as I said, many services. It's a complete local development environment and good for complex setups. The disadvantages is the complexity. It takes some time to get familiar with all the settings it has. Okay, and the other I mentioned before, that you have only one environment for any project. Okay, any question about DevilBox? No? Somebody is monitoring the Passbolt event, so if they have questions, they can do it also. Okay, so here, I know it, you can see it now, but so this is the homepage of the DevilBox control panel, okay? You find a menu here where you can monitor your virtual host, emails, databases. It has access to PHP MyAdmin and other tools. Okay, so you have the version here, some of the services, the NoSQL stack, the SQL stack, and the base stack. Okay, it has the version, the PHP info, the PHP info, and the status of each service. Okay. Okay. Ports, it is very useful because you need always to redirect some ports to connect the database from another machines in your network, or if you, for example, want to connect your local database manager to the container. Okay, sorry. Yeah, mainly this. Okay, so let's switch to the other one. Okay, is it there? 1 second. Okay, as I said, this is the main tool we use at KDC. Okay, I found it in 2021 when I bought a new M1 machine and I didn't want to configure everything as I was doing until that time. And I found this, I tried it, and it covered all my needs. Indeed, until now, I have not found a setup that I cannot do with the dev, because you can customize the initial, the Docker container, you can customize the initial commands you want to run. You can install new packages, etc. And we will see an example that for a setup I did that was very complex, and we could reach that with DDEV. Okay. So according to its website, to follow the points here, DDEV is an open source tool for launching local web development environments in minutes. It supports PHP, Node.js, and Python. And this is something new. Until now, they only supported PHP, including some recipes for Drupal, WordPress, etc. But they are introducing Python support right now. So they are growing, okay? But this is one of the disadvantages versus DevIlbox. You have support for other languages or other tools, and here you are, supposedly you are tied to PHP, okay? Okay, so yeah, simplicity. I will show at the end of my presentation how can we throw a new application with the dev. Is thing like 5 minutes, okay? Rapid environment setup, automated tools. It has many commands. They call that commands inside. So you run something like the dev and the command. You can make your custom commands. For example, if you have a connection, you want to set up a VPN, for example, you can call it the command VPN that executes whatever you need in the container, okay? So it includes import database, export database, MySQL, Composer. So they have some commands built in, but you can make new ones. So this is, I will show you later in live, but mainly, for example, this is a project we have. So we run the dev start, and this container is already configured, okay? So you run the dev start, so it starts all the containers. Again, this tool doesn't work like DevIlbox. In this tool, you have containers per project. So you have one web container for the main application, the DB container. They also have the PHP MyAdmin container, and you know, the many tools. You can also omit some containers. So in this case, for example, I don't use PHP MyAdmin. So for this project, I have omitted, so I save some resources. One of the disadvantages of this approach is that you need a machine with a lot of RAM and this space, mainly RAM, okay, to have, if you have 10 projects running at the same time or things like that, you can always have only one running, but if you have if you need more than one project running, you need a good amount of RAM. Okay, so in the second command, this is you can call a status. It's another command. It comes built in, and it gives you the containers or the services running. It gives you the port and the access, the URLs for the project. One thing we need to know about the dev, it comes with Let's Encrypt certificates already. So you have HTTPS out of the box. It also comes with Mailhawk that you can redirect your mail to your project mail to this URL, and you will have you will catch any email from them. And yeah, that's all for this. Okay. So it also about the PHP versions. You can configure any PHP version for your project. You can switch. It is pretty easy to switch. Just changing the configuration file, 8.1, 8.2, and it will work. You can also change the web server. You can change your database manager. For example, you could have Postgre or MariaDB is the one you have out of the box, but you can switch to MySQL or Postgres or any other, okay? Any question about DDEV? Okay. Lando. This one was a good something I didn't pretend to find it, but looking for a replacement for Laragon, I found this one, and I think it's pretty good. Okay, it's extremely easy to configure. It's just an installation like any Windows program, but or Mac OS program. I have not tried it in Linux, but it's a setup. And then it has, like DDEV, a lot of commands and things you can configure per project. So in this case, it looks like the other one, like DDEV. Okay, so according to its website, I will read this. Lando is for developers who wants to quickly specify and painlessly spin up the services and tooling needed to develop all their projects. So, I mean, almost all these tools promote the same thing. You want to have something ready quickly to start coding. That is what we want to do. So the advantages was mainly versatility, configuration simplification, and built-in services. It has a lot of built-in services. And this one, the dev does not support that, but this one supports multiple languages and services. Maybe services is not something I will switch to this because the dev supports multiple services, but for languages, it's pretty good. I don't have, I was looking, let me check if I can share the website because I was looking for the list of languages. 1 second. Okay, so services. Let me see if. Okay. So they have in services they have MariaDB, MongoDB, Microsoft SQL, MySQL, and Postgres. Well, you can see, but I wanted to. Okay, yeah, it has. I can see it. .NET, Go, Node, PHP, Python, and Ruby. So it covers most of the most common languages right now. Okay, so that is a very good point for Lando. Let me close this. Well, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Oh, wait a second. It's here. Okay, so again, the main problem or main disadvantage is resource intensive. It has containers per project, so you will have, if you have multiple projects, you will have multiple containers running. The Dev and Lando has the same approach. They have a router that is only one container per installation that is in charge of redirecting all these. They create domains for your project, so the router is in charge of redirecting all of this. Okay. So this is a common Lando command. I mean the base command it has. It includes config, destroy, restart, rebuild. Okay, but also you can. It also includes the SSH to connect to the container. I don't see it here, but if I remember correctly, you can connect to your database automatically and do things like that. Okay. Wait a second. Okay. Okay, Docker Compose. I guess many of you who here use Docker Compose in your day-to-day. Okay, 5, 10, 7 persons. Yeah, Docker Compose, for me, for example, is incredibly complicated. Maybe I am not familiar with all the things you can do, and the reason I selected another tool on top of that, because all of these tools use Docker in the background, so the main reason, if you feel scared about Docker Compose, you can try any of the other tools because it will have some of the benefits. Maybe you don't have the fine-grained customization you will have with Docker Compose, but you get rid of all the complicated commands and things from Docker Compose. Okay. So the main advantages: full environment control. As I said, you can do anything you want in your containers. Is technology agnostic. It doesn't matter if you want to program it in Rust or PHP or Java. You can configure your container whatever you want. Replicability. This is something I didn't mention for the dev and Lando. As they create a config file, okay? This config file can be shared across the team, and everybody will have the same environment. So for Docker Compose, for Docker Compose, it's the same. You share the Docker Compose file, and it will work in any machine. Okay. As a disadvantage, the learning curve is incredibly high. Configuration complexity and potential overhead for a small project. If you have a small project, you probably will not want to use Docker Compose. You want to use something easier than that. Okay. So, well, this is a common, probably all of you are familiar with it, a Docker Compose YAML file with, for example, in this case, it is declaring some services, MySQL, some volumes, the port redirection, another container, and another volumes again, and the environment. So I forgot to say that the dev also, I will show the config file at the end of the presentation. You can define your own environment variables, so they are sent to the web container, and for example, to configure a CakePHP project is pretty easy using the environment variables. So I prepared this, and score comparison. I think it means nothing, but it's good because we will see in the next slide who is the winner. But Devil Box, I mean, I have added 5 features or things to compare, okay? And I assigned some points. The only one that is okay, that works on the other way is the learning curve. For example, Docker Compose has a learning curve of 8. It is not good. I mean, in the case of learning curve, more is worse than less. So according to this, Lando probably is the winner in most situations, okay? I have not used it as much to say that I will replace the dev, but I mean, it's a good fit. In the case of Docker Compose, is the winner in most of them because the customization and the ability to create whatever you need in your containers. So later I will, if you want to take a deeper look to the points or the slides, I will upload the presentation to the CakeFest website, and you can take a look. And unfortunately, yeah, there is no winner. So why? When you consider any of these tools, you need to see what is your project about, what is your project needs, and if it deserves the spending time using some tools that may be, for example, if you have a very big project probably, and you are familiar with Docker Compose, you can select that one. But if you have a small project, you should probably go for another tool or a more simpler or easier tool, okay? So in this case, my recommendation is check your project, share your whatever you want and your resources too, okay? In KDC, as I said, I will repeat, we use the dev, and we have never found any issue or anything that we cannot accomplished with the dev. One is one of the hardest setups we have done with the dev was for Passbolt. Hi, Passbolt team. I miss you. 2 different Active Directory services, OpenLDAP and 3A9 directory server. Configuring KeyTab authentication that you need to execute different commands against the Active Directory to get the container connected. And we were able to, and also, of course, the Passbolt server. So we were able to configure that using the dev. So I am happy with it. As an extra bonus, I was preparing my presentation, and because I don't know if you know, but this talk was initially scheduled for another person from KDC that could not come with us, Marcelo. Say hi to Marcelo. And he could not come, so Amanda proposed me to prepare a talk. I prepared this because I am very involved with local development environments. And Alex Meyer contacted me to test or to try. He did a talk last year about this. He has a CakePHP plugin that creates a local development environment, and it's extremely easy to use. So I invite everybody to try it and give the feedback. He's on the Slack channel, the support channel, and yeah, it's pretty good. It includes the web server, the database server, etc. So here is the information from Alex. So if you have any questions, before going to, well, let's try. I will show you, 1 second. Okay. Let's see. I will open a terminal app. Okay. It looks good there, Larry. Yep. Okay. So let's create a project. Okay. You know, when you give a talk, you should not always do something in live that you have not tested, but I will do it today. So I hope everything goes well. Let's, okay. Okay, so I will create an empty CakePHP project, okay? And then, let's see. Okay. Yes. Okay, so let's go here. And let's run the dev config. Okay, before doing that, you need to install the dev, but I have installed it already, of course. Config. So it asks you about the project name. I will leave the dev, okay? The web root, it detects the web root folder. And here is what I said, it has some recipes for many CMS and PHP tools. And also now it includes Django and, yeah, I think Django mainly, okay? And yeah, let's use generic PHP, okay? And that's all. So when we go, well, we need to start, of course. And okay, let's see, let's open. Okay, I will open the project in the IDE. what happened. Okay, so if you see, we have it. You can see it correctly. Yeah, I don't know if I can. I think I can make this bigger, but not this. Okay, so it has some folders and configuration. What we need to take a look is to the to config.yaml that is here. Okay, so as you see, we have the PHP version. If we want to change it, it's just changing this and restart the container, the dev restart. It comes with MariaDB out of the box. And let's see. Let's check for a so it's the dev test the dev. It creates this. Oh, sorry. Wait a second. It's site. Yeah, a typo here. Okay, I think it's okay. And okay, so that was all. So if we see we cannot connect to database, and and debug it, we need to add the TLD for debug it. So mainly the change connect the database. The database is already created, okay, but to connect the database, we just need to change, of course, the CakePHP configuration. So it's going to app local and change the host to the traditional. The dev host is always ddev. I missed this. Ddev hyphen the name of the project, whatever it is, hyphen db. That is the name of the host or the container with the database. And the username, it creates by default a db database with username and password db, but you can use root and you can create other databases if you want, okay? And then they will live in the same container where db is, okay? So if we go back here, it is connected already, okay? So I will show you here, okay? So if we have some commands out of the box, sorry, MySQL, for example, here is empty, the database, okay? So let's run import db. I will load a CakeFest. You can load SQL files or SQL compressed files. So let's try this one. And let's see. CakeFest tickets for the dev test. Okay, yeah, that was some of the things that I didn't want to happen, but yeah, I mean, it imported. There is an error in the file for some reason, but yeah, if we go again to MySQL, we will probably see. Let's see. Yeah, we see some of the table. Probably all of them. I don't know what happened with the tickets table, but yeah. The other thing I want to show, you can call exec, and it will execute the command inside the container. For example, if we run beancake, okay, we are running beancake inside the container. We can, of course, use SSH, okay, and I wanted to show you. So if I execute the dev status, we will see the mail hog is in the 8026. Let's copy this. You can also use the launch command, okay? But I have my my mail hook here. Okay. What else? The PHP my admin you also have, but I think I don't have it enabled by default. Let me check. Let's see the config YAML file. No, I remember now. So this is something new. They remove the PHP my admin from the default, but you can install, of course, other services, including PHP my admin. Amanda, if I am getting too long, just let me know and I will finish. Let's see here in the dev website. Okay. So it has a pretty good documentation. Okay. I have found almost everything I have needed there. Let's see. 1 second. Okay. Share completion. Starting the project. Okay. Let's see if I can. Okay. So you can check extending this. You can change the PHP version, the web server type, the adding services. Here is the additional service documentation. Of course, you have adminer, beanstalk, browser sync, cron, Elasticsearch, any service. I mean, and if you don't find something here, there is another community repo that you have more recipes for services, and if not, you can always create your own. So yeah, mainly that. Let's go back to the presentations, and if you have any question or comment, more than welcome. No? Okay. And people there in Luxembourg? Okay. Well, if you have any question, I am in the Slack channel. I will be glad to answer. Thank you for your attention. And that's all.
We're going to do lightning talks at the end of the conference today. So if you're interested in just giving a 5, 10, 15-minute talk about a project you've built, about your company, about anything, then we would love to have you. So after Stefan gets started, just come and see me and we'll get you on the list. Okay, we had a way to fix that. Let me get Raphael, how did we fix yours? Yeah, I think so, right? Stefania? He's seen it. He's seen it. white with red border, and he said it had to be ours.
He's in it? I mean, do you know who he is?
My husband's the one telling me, but I don't know. I mean, somebody walking around with a cake, that's all I know.
Okay, in reception? Because I was
In the
walking
lobby.
around. In the lobby? Okay, I'll go again.
He said he went towards the restaurant. Can you go help Jorge? Because the cake is here, and Jorge may need help. He went towards the lobby. Is our cake here? It's here? Oh, you go tell Jorge it's here.
Okay.
Go get Jorge, tell him it's here. He went for the cake, but they've got it. So go get him and tell him to come back. Get Jorge back.
No.
Jorge in the lobby, tell him to come back. Yeah, Jorge, yeah.
Yeah, you want to set it up right now or later?
It's cool enough, right? Yeah. We can set up. Sorry, they were supposed to bring it in here. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, because the good thing when I was in the front of the lab.
Oh, you saw
I
him.
saw this.
Okay.
So I said,
Thank you.
I know where to go. That's good.
Test 1, 2, test, yeah.
Okay. I think we're ready to continue. Larry, let me know. Okay, everybody, welcome back to CakeFest 23. We are going to keep going. We have a few more talks. Don't forget, if you are watching from home or from Luxembourg, I hope you guys have your cake ready. We are going to be doing our normal cake cutting ceremony here live in LA, but we would love for you to join us from home as well. And take a picture of it. Hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP. Jumping back into talks, joining us for all the way from the Netherlands, he hopefully will tell us a little bit about his company that focuses on CakePHP. So please welcome Stefan, Koopmanschap.
Well, hi everyone. Welcome. I did fly all the way from the Netherlands, and I'm a bit jet lagged by now because right now it's 8:45 in the afternoon for me, or in the evening. Anyway, I'm going to be talking about domain-driven design. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Stefan Koopmanschap. I've been a PHP developer, software developer for over 25 years now. I started back in the days with PHP 3. Anyone remember those days? A couple of people? Yeah, okay. So most of the stuff that I did was with PHP, but I have to admit that not a lot of that was actually with CakePHP. The last time I worked with CakePHP was, I think, version 2, something like that. So that's a long time ago. But since then, I've been doing basically. I'm not sticking to a single framework. A lot of my work right now is Symfony and Laravel because that's how the world works at the moment. But I'll be happy to do like a plain PHP project as well, just as easy. On several of the projects that I worked on, I've worked with domain-driven design or something that looks like domain-driven design. Let's just start with this. Can anyone guess which one is me? No one? Okay.
Sure.
No, okay. So that's me, with my fantastic Donald Duck outfit. Anyway, let's move forward. Let's talk about domain-driven design. So this is something that's been becoming more and more popular over the past couple of years in software development, starting with, I think, mostly Java, .NET, stuff like that, and since a couple of years in PHP as well. And because I work as an external contractor from my company, I go into a lot of different companies, and I see a lot of different implementations of domain-driven design. And the fun thing is, it's very hard to give you one definition of what domain-driven design is because of all these different ways that people interpret what it is. And so it's also very hard to think of how can I explain this? How can I explain domain-driven design in such a way that it also fits into the time that I've been given? Because domain-driven design is huge. So, for today, I've mostly stuck to the basics, to getting started with domain-driven design, and I won't be talking a lot about code, because there's a big part of domain-driven design that is not actually about code, but it is equally important, maybe even more important, than how you actually implement it in your code base. So let's start with an important note. And that is that domain-driven design is not about software development. Everyone thinks, oh, DDD, that is about software development, right? But it is actually not. The third D, it says it already, is design. And this is not Photoshop or anything like that. This is designing your code base, designing not even your code base, but the structure, understanding what you're doing. And of course, once you've done that, some of those things will trickle down into your code, and you will see the stuff that you've done before you started coding, and you will see that into your code. And I'll be talking also a bit about the things that you might see in your code, but not too much. Anyway, domain-driven design. It was first introduced by Eric Evans. He published a book which these days, is called the Blue Book. I wonder why it's called the Blue Book. The official title is Domain-Driven Design, Tackling Complexity in the Heart of Software. And it describes a way of basically modeling software, or maybe not even software, modeling the domain of your software. And it's not that Eric Evans one day woke up and thought, I have this idea, it's called domain-driven design. No, he's been working on complex software projects for a long time, and basically what he wrote down in this book was a list of the things that he found out that really worked well when modeling the domain, when working with complex problems, complex data structures, etc. This book is really hard to read. This is not a book that you want to start one day and then try and finish it page by page, because, it's just really, really dry material. So after this was published, Von Vernon thought, well, this is all great, but we need a book that is more practical. And he wrote what is these days called the Red Book. And the Red Book is called Implementing Domain-Driven Design. And this is more practical. This is actually a book that you can pick up and start reading from start to finish, and you start understanding what domain-driven design is about. The Blue Book is something, if you have the opportunity to get the Red Book and the Blue Book, do that, because the Blue Book is great as a reference material. If you're reading the Red Book and you don't understand something, find it in the Blue Book, and then you understand better what the idea behind it is. And then you go back to the Red Book. So if after this session you want to dig more into domain-driven design, then I would definitely recommend at least getting the Red Book. And if you have the opportunity, get the blue one as well. Okay, so domain-driven design comes from a background of very complex software and complex challenges. And this is very important to realize, that if you're building the website for the restaurant on the corner, then probably domain-driven design is not for you. Domain-driven design is something that will give you a lot of overhead for a small project, too much overhead. On the other hand, even if you don't do full domain-driven design, you can still take elements from domain-driven design and use that when you work on your project. So basically, it's a bit like Scrum, right? Nobody ever does Scrum fully by the book, but they pick stuff and use whatever is useful to you. So that's basically the same thing with domain-driven design. Don't do it all immediately from the start on every project that you do. And I started by saying that, in essence, domain-driven design is not about software development. So let's dig into that a bit more. So I've worked in software development-related jobs for over 25 years now. And the biggest challenge that I've found in most of the projects that I worked on is not actually the code. It's not the technical challenges that are the biggest challenge. The biggest problem that I've found in most projects is communication. Understanding what we are talking about when we talk to each other as developers, but also as a developer talking to a user, or as a developer talking to someone that is a domain expert. And this is where a domain-driven design can really help you in understanding more about what are we actually working on, what problem are we solving. And that's why the reason why is because as developers, I'm going to talk for all of us now. As developers, we are really stubborn people, and we always know better, and we always know what to call something because we're used to this. And the last project we called it a certain word. So in this project, let's call it the same word because we did it last time as well. But maybe the actual users or the business that you're working for, they have a different term for it. They have their own term for whatever you're building. And if you're then talking to each other, and you're talking about one thing, and they're talking about another thing, but it's actually the same thing, but you don't realize that, then you're not building the right solution at some point. You're building something else. So this causes a bit of a disconnect, and that's what we're trying to solve here. So domain-driven design is here to help us solve that problem. In DDD, we call this ubiquitous language. Ubiquitous language is basically a list of words that we all use with a bit of a definition, so that if we use a certain word, then we are all talking about the same thing. That's basically what ubiquitous language is. And that is meant to make it easier for everyone. But that also means that we should all use these words always. We should not invent our own words for it. The words should be used when we write documentation. The words should be used when we talk to our customer or to a user. The words should be used in our code, everywhere. And that means that if you give a piece of code that uses that ubiquitous language to someone that is not a developer, they can probably still read and understand what is happening because you're using the same words. The code is now readable. And I really hate saying good code documents itself, because no, it does not. But at least it helps that you talk about the same thing. So I've used the term domain a lot because it's part of domain-driven design. Let's have a look at the ubiquitous language of DDD itself. And domain is definitely part of that. Let me first quote Eric Evans on this. He defines the domain in the following way. A sphere of knowledge, influence, or activity, the subject area to which the user applies a program is the domain of the software. So basically, the problem that you're solving. So in general, you can probably explain what the domain is for if you build an e-commerce application or if you build some kind of administrative application. You can probably explain what is the domain of this. It's a web shop, right? Or, I don't know, payment system, something like that. The explanation could get a bit harder when you're working on a project that is trying to, translate analog business processes into the digital world. Because instead of a paper form, you now have something digital. And you can talk to a user that was doing the administration on the paper form and ask them, what did they do? Well, I give this form that's been completed and I give it to my colleague and they do something with it and then they do something with it. But it's a bit harder in terms of digital because we don't actually pass on that physical form anymore. So then you have to start translating, okay, so when we used to do this, now we do this. But we talk to the users, what would you call this? I would call it passing it on to someone else, for instance. And of course, a domain is pretty high level, so we can break that down into a bit more structured stuff. So first of all, you can have a main domain, a web shop, and then you can have subdomains inside that web shop, stuff that belongs together, like product display, products, maybe categories, that's all part of the product part, the product subdomain of your web shop. And then there's the checkout flow, which is part of your payment subdomain, something like that. So that basically adds some structure and hierarchy to your system. And it is important to note that basically a subdomain is just another domain. It's just part of a hierarchy, but you can still see that as this closed-off piece of structure. And aside from subdomains, there's also the bounded contexts. And bounded context is part of a domain, and it groups a bit together. So if we're talking about the checkout flow, then there's a couple of different steps that might be seen as things that are separate from each other. You can group those together, and then all of that is your checkout flow. So, like this, for instance, if I have a web shop domain, and I have a domain with products, I have a domain with checkout, and then I have a bounded context cart, and I have a bounded context payment, because these are two different things. If you compare this to an actual shop, you'd probably have different staff on the store floor helping you get your products into the cart, then you would have doing the payment stuff. That's different people. So this is how you can group together by thinking about, what makes sense to have together and what makes sense to be separate. Now, I would advise to not add too many layers, add too many subdomains and too many bounded contexts. Start simple. And then at some point you'll realize, okay, maybe this should be separated into two different things. It's always easier to separate something that you've done than to put something together once you've already build separate things. So start simple and bit by bit expand and add more structure. So let's go back to the bounded context. If you have a payment in a bounded context, then you're basically always talking about the same thing, right? You're talking about trying to make that payment, trying to create that transaction, get that money into your bank account from their credit card or whatever they use. It could be that your finance department is talking about something completely different when they talk about the payment, because for them it's more important which bank you were using or which credit card you were using, which address information is related to that payment, because they also need to create an invoice. This is less important for the checkout flow, but it's more important for your finance department. So when you have two different bounded contexts, they can both have a payment, but the structure of the payment itself can be really different. It can have different information in your checkout flow than in your finance department flow. So it's okay to use the same term in different bounded contexts, and that might be really something different. There is a point where the one thing has to be translated into the other thing. You can write some code for that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we've heard about the domain, we've heard about bounded context and ubiquitous language. So how do we determine what language to use? Now in the Blue Book, Eric Evans defines something which he calls modeling out loud, and I really like the idea behind this. Basically what happens is you sit down with your users, the people from the organization, things like that, and you start asking them what terms they use. And then they start explaining it out loud. And by explaining it, I mean, this is like rubber ducking, right? If you're stuck and you try explaining it to someone else, be it a rubber duck or an elephant or a colleague, at the moment that you start explaining it, you already find the solution. And it's the same thing with modeling. When people start explaining what they do every day in their business, they will find the best way of describing that. And especially when you do it with a group, and one colleague says something about what they do, and another colleague sits next to them and they say, well, you put it like this, but we put it like this. And then together you start defining basically your own dictionary, your own ubiquitous language for the project. And you can really do this with, not with 2 or 3 people, do this with 5 or 10 people, because the more you do it, the better the definition becomes of your ubiquitous language. And let them talk it over a couple of times, not just once. When you have a definition, put it aside for a bit, talk about something else, and then get it back and say, about this, are we still sure about this? There's bound to be someone that says, well, I've been thinking about that, and actually it might be different. So it's good to do this exercise a couple of times. Another way of doing this is by doing event storming. Now, event storming itself is not part of domain-driven design, although it is very tightly coupled to it, because a lot of people that do domain-driven design use event storming. Basically, what you do with event storming is you create the whole flow of your application, or basically the whole flow of your domain, with stickies on a wall somewhere. And you let the users write the stickies, and you have different ways, types of like events and things that happen in that flow, and then at some point you get to a point where you understand what the flow is. And this is very important to know that before you start coding. How many people have started coding before they even knew what you needed to code? Yep, most of you, okay. This really helps to understand what you need to do. Even if you don't do domain-driven design on your next project, this is definitely something interesting to look at. It doesn't have to be that hard, and it can really help you understand the problem more. And then we need to make a map. And that map is an overview of which bounded contexts we have and about how the bounded contexts communicate with each other. And that's what they call the context map. And in the Red Book, von Vernon says that you should start with a context map of your current situation. Not where you want to go, but first, where are we now? And then if you want, you can create a second map, and this is where we want to go, and then you can find what is the best way to get there. So, for instance, here's a small context map of the bounded context in the web shop. So we have a product display, and then we have a shopping cart, and the product display communicates to the shopping cart. Well, the user clicked on this button to add it to the cart, so now add it to the cart. Then the shopping cart, you see the shopping cart when you go there, and at some point you click on a button to say, okay, now I want to order this, and then you go to the checkout flow. So then you are in checkout, you make the payment, and at some point, when you make the payment, you confirm the payment, then it sends something to your inventory context to say, well, this was ordered, so you need to take that out of the inventory. But really, when you are at the product display already, you're probably talking to the inventory to see if that product is still in stock or not. So there is a bit of communication happening there as well. And maybe even in the shopping cart, because when I add it to the cart, maybe someone else in the meantime added the last product to their cart already. Oh wait, but then it also has to communicate and basically remove it out of your inventory when you add it to the cart. If I look back to when I walk into a store, if I put a product in my shopping cart, it's basically out of the inventory. Not administratively, but no one else can buy it unless they start grabbing the stuff out of my cart, which is a bit rude. So you really need to think about this. And maybe talk to an expert, a domain expert. Do we need this type of communication? Where do we need to add those checks if something is in stock or not? So what we've done so far has had nothing to do with the actual code that we write, but what we've done is essential basically to successfully create code that solves the problem at hand. Because in one web shop, we really need to know if something is sold out the moment we get to the product page, but in other web shops that might not be necessary because it's a digital project and a product and they can do whatever they want. So we need to put some effort into understanding all of this and talk to people. And if you think, okay, so now we're done with the analysis, we can now start coding. Nope. Because I want to talk a bit more about the level of detail that we need to do to understand, what needs to happen. There's a couple of terms that are used, so we're going to go back into the ubiquitous language of DDD. First thing is a domain event. A domain event is something that happens in a process. Domain events are always past tense. So, for instance, someone clicks on add to cart, then the domain event would be product added to cart. Or there would be an event called order confirmation email sent, once the email has been sent. So these are events. Then there's aggregates. An aggregate is basically a collection of related domain objects that should be treated as a single unit. If we have a web shop, then we have an order. And beneath the order, we have order items, which is also a domain object, but an order item by itself is nothing without the order. So the order is the aggregate, and the order item below that is part of that order aggregate. And actually, the payment might also be part of your order, because there's no loose payment. A payment is always related to an order, I hope. Then there's a command, and that's something that triggers an event. For instance, create order. If I have a create order event, that would, or a command, that would trigger the order created event. And then the order created event, if you talk about actual code, you can have events in your application, and something could be listening to an event and do something when that happens. Oh, I would not talk about code, right? So the process of modeling and determining these is important, and there's a lot more things to define, but let's stick to the basics, because I said I would stick to the basics. There's a couple of things that I want to mention, like actors. This is basically who execute a certain command. Business processes, something that processes a command and could maybe create one or even more events. There's of course external systems that you want to define when you create your whole definition, where we need to talk to external systems, such as the payment service provider in an e-commerce setup. And there's the view, which is basically your template. It's something that an actor can interact with to do something. And if we do all of that, then we understand the basic flow of our application, what we need to actually build. And while I was preparing this talk, I was discussing some of these things and how to explain it with some of my colleagues. And my colleague Jaap at some point said, well, does that mean that software development is just an implementation detail? And yes, actually, this is true. Once you know what you're going to build, then the implementation is just that, implementing what you already defined. So now let's move a bit more to the implementation. We've defined the events, the aggregates, and things like that. We had those sessions with our users and the organization, and now we want to move on. Now, there's a couple of terms that a lot of PHP projects and frameworks and things use that are eerily similar to the names domain-driven design defines, but they are actually different. For instance, in a lot of ORMs, we are used to having entities, and an entity basically represents something that is in the database. But really, we shouldn't talk about the database yet, because the database is implementation. We're just talking about the domain at this point, and how we store that, how we persist that, whether that's in a database or an external API or a file or whatever, we shouldn't really think about that. So an entity is something that represents a certain domain object, a certain concept in your domain. For instance, and then not everything needs to be an entity. Sometimes you can also have value objects. For instance, a moment in time. A moment in time can be, for instance, a date, but a date already has like a day and a month and a year. And also a time, which has an hour, minutes, and maybe also seconds. And depending on what you're working on, it might also contain a time zone. So you can create a value object, which is an object that can very easily be recreated, reused, because it's always the same, right? If I have, an object that is for Saturday, 30 September 2023, 12:14, then if I want to use set the date for that specific moment, I can reuse that same object. And another one could be, for instance, a person's name. The name may have a first name and a last name, but there might also be like an infix. I think not in America, but we in the Netherlands do that, for instance. we have an infix between the first name and the last name. And some people also have a title, like Sir Ian McKellen. So it might be really useful to create a class that represents that, so we can always easily have that, and it's always clear what we're using. This is a name. This is a person's name. And we can even have that class, the actual code, have different methods to format. Because in some situations, you may need only the initials and the last name, and in other situations, you might need the full name and the last name. So you might have different methods to format that. And your entities and value objects should be named according to the ubiquitous language, if that wasn't clear enough yet. We defined those names already. We should use those names so that it is always clear what we're talking about to everyone. So looking at this in a slightly more practical way, how do we implement the separation between the database logic and the domain entities? Because now we actually have two entities. We have the entity that actually represents something in the database, and we have the entity from our domain. Now these could be two completely different classes in your code, which makes sure that you have a really good separation of concern. But it also makes sure that you have to write a lot of code, because you have to keep moving from one to the other and back all the time, which is really hard. So another approach you could do is to define an interface in your domain layer instead of an actual class. And the interface defines the domain object, basically, and then your entity implements that interface. And now your domain is not actually a class, it's just an interface. But you can still type hint on that interface, and you are always sure that that is the object that you have. So the first approach with two separate classes is really pure in terms of domain-driven design, but it might be impractical for smaller projects. If you have a huge project, it's not that bad, but if you have a small project, it's going to take you a lot of extra time to build something. Now, there's a lot of different frameworks that have services, basically. And a service in a lot of PHP projects is a bit of a weird thing. It could be anything, right? Because if you have a dependency injection container or a service container, then everything in there is a service, right? And in domain-driven design, you try to not do that, because you want more clarity in your code, and you want it to reflect your domain. So when you have a service, it should not be anything that has some logic in it. You can add more structure to your code and make it clear what that code does. So let's get back to that webshop example. If we have a bounded context orders, and then we have an entity for the order, and we have order lines, etc. But we also have a bit of code that processes that order, including sending it to our external accounting software. And I could add that code that connects to the external service into a service class. So I could create a directory and a namespace called services, and put a class there. But again, that services, the term service doesn't really tell me much about what is happening there. So instead of calling that namespace services, I could also call that the order processing namespace. Now, whenever I open the code, I immediately know what is in there, instead of this weird services thing. What is in there? I don't know. Order processing. I know exactly what's happening there. That's about the code that does the order processing. So I could call it the order processing service in the order processing namespace. And I can put everything there. But I could also just remove that service in order processing service. I could just name the class the order processor. That's more clear. It communicates directly what is happening in that code. Now, the most important thing here is that everyone does the same thing. So in your team, you have to make some rules, or guidelines, or standards, or whatever you want to call them. This is how we name our classes. And then everyone does it. If that means you all use the service postfix, sure, fine. But not have one person use that and another person not use that. That will be confusing. So we mentioned domain events earlier. How can we incorporate that in our project? These days, there's a lot of event-driven code. You can trigger an event and have another piece of code that actually processes that event and does something. And this is actually how you can use domain events as well. Your domain events are basically the same as your events in the code. So if we have the order processor that we had earlier, then we would have defined like an order sent to accounting domain event. So when the order processor is done, it sends that event, and then we know, okay, our external system now has the order, and we can do whatever needs to be done after that has happened, like sending out an email or something. And we can create listeners. And if you use an event-driven system, this is also great because the bounded contexts that we defined earlier, they should not just use each other's code because they're these isolated grouped parts of pieces of code. But if you use events, then one bounded context can trigger an event, and the other bounded context can be listening to those events. And they would have no knowledge about each other, aside from the fact that there is this event, and that's happening, and now I need to do something. And now, I mentioned earlier about the entities, which is a bit confusing sometimes because there's entities in your database abstraction layer and entities in the domain. We have a similar thing with repositories. In an ORM, the repository is used to fetch data from a database, basically. And in a DDD, the repository, well, it does have the responsibility to allow for the loading of aggregates, basically. But where in a database abstraction layer, you would usually have a repository for basically for every entity. In DDD, you basically only define one repository for every aggregate, because you don't need to fetch individual order lines on a domain level. Maybe on a database level, sure, but on the domain level, you load an order, and that order returns the order, the other order lines related to that, the payment related to that, and that's what it does. So there's a slight difference there also in understanding the repository and the entity in our database abstraction layer is very much connected to each other, and in DDD we talk about aggregates and repositories, and not about entities and repositories. So there's a lot more to cover about the domain-driven design, but I think we covered the basics right now, and I realized that this is very overwhelming. There's a lot of information, and this is even just the bare basics. There's a lot more. So I would recommend looking at your next project if you think, let's apply DDD, to not apply everything at once. Start with the small pieces, and then bit by bit, start introducing a bit more. Use whatever your framework, CakePHP in your case, offers you, because there's a lot of stuff in there already that can help you. And then there's a lot of other things that you might look at some point in the future, not right now, like a hexagonal architecture that will help abstract your actual domain code from your implementation or your framework code. And things like CQRS that separates basically read and write from each other, which is also something that's related a lot to domain-driven design. Digging into everything, digging into this, it can feel like you're going down a rabbit hole, and you won't get out anytime soon because there's so much information in there. But I really would recommend to be careful with things like CQRS or even event sourcing, because it's things that you will find when you look more deeply into domain-driven design, but they can really kick you in the butt as well. So really watch out when implementing that. Shouldn't do that every time. And to reiterate, of course, if you want to dig into DDD more, get that red book. The red book, not the blue book. Well, you can get the blue book as well, but that's a reference material. The red book is the one that you want to read. There's a couple of more places where you can see, like there's a couple of blog post articles. The PHP, which is a company from Germany, with Sebastian Bergman from PHP Unit. They on their website, they wrote a couple of things about DDD. Matthias Nobak, Dutch person, yay. He wrote some interesting blog posts about DDD with PHP. There's a book on LeanPub, Domain-Driven Design in PHP. I haven't actually read it yet, but from what I hear, it's actually pretty good. And there's so much more. So there is a link. I'm going to show it first. This is the link. It links to most of those resources. So if you want to take anything from this talk, just take this link, and you will find more resources about digging into domain-driven design. Any questions?
I was gonna say, like, when do you decide how far down the domain-driven design path you're gonna go? Like, because you can go into event sourcing and CQRS and like all of that kind of stuff. How do you decide how big an application or how complex a domain is before you go up to like level 5 of domain?
Okay, so how to decide how far to go is basically the question. As I mentioned before, basically what I try to do usually is start as simple as possible, and then along the way you will find out, okay, this is too complex to solve in this simple way, now we have to split it up. And the same basically goes for that as well. Unless, of course, you already know that you're going to build the next bank or something like that, then you can start immediately with a lot of this stuff. But unless you're building a bank, probably you want to start simple, and then along the way you'll figure out, okay, so maybe it's now a good idea to separate that or to now apply CQRS or event sourcing. Event sourcing really, because I've seen this happen. Event sourcing, I haven't really explained what it is, I'm not going to do that now. But if you use event sourcing, use it only on parts of your application, not on your whole application, because that will become a big mess and you really don't want that. So that's a word of caution. Any more questions? Yeah, in front.
One moment.
Wait for the mic.
How do you convince the client that it's important?
Sorry?
How do you convince the client that this is important?
How do you, okay, so I think, so what happens in a lot of projects, in IT in general and in PHP specifically, is that what is being delivered is not what the client actually wants. It's what they might think they want at some point, but it's not what they actually want. So if you can convince them by saying, we want to take a bit more time first to figure out what you actually need. And then once we've done that, well, again, actually developing it is just an implementation detail. It's a lot of work, but then at least we know what we're all talking about. I think it's really hard to find any client that hasn't already experienced getting something that they didn't actually want. So, yeah, it should be, and of course not every client will agree, because they think, oh, this might make it more expensive. But it's like writing unit tests. If you don't write unit tests, at first you're going really fast. And then at some point, you're going to hit all the bugs, and then it's going to take a long time to finish that last 20%. And it's a similar thing with this. At first, you're going to go really fast if you don't take the time to actually define what you're building, because you're just building something. But at some point, you're gonna hit this point where the customer says, well, this is not what I actually want. And then you're going to spend a lot of time, and therefore their money, to fix that. So I think that's the best way to at least try and convince the customer. Yeah. Any more questions? No more questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll break for lunch, and we'll see you back at around, is it 1:45? Yes, 1:45. Yeah, our families are gone together. Okay, everybody, welcome back to CakeFest 23. Welcome back to those who are watching via stream. If you are tweeting, make sure you hashtag CakePHP CakeFest. If you have seen our pictures, the team in Luxembourg is enjoying their cake because it's a little bit later there. It's awesome. It looks delicious. If you have your cake at home, make sure you're tweeting us as well. We'll be during our ceremony later this afternoon. We are going to get right back into talks. Join us next, a computer scientist. He lives here in the US in San Antonio. He works as a full stack developer. Let's please welcome Umer Salman.
Hi, everyone. I just wanted to say that if you have any questions or anything like that, or comments, like feel free to interrupt me as I'm talking. But other than that, I think we'll just go right into it. So on my screen, I have in the corner like the link if you want to follow along on the slides on your own. But other than that, what I'm here to talk about is agile deployment of CakePHP web applications in a hybrid Kubernetes cluster. Like kind of an introduction is the state of space science has changed quite a bit in many years. So like I'm sure you've heard the saying that the Apollo computer processors are like less than people's smartwatches nowadays. And that's like beyond true. Like the original Apollo computers were 0.05 megahertz, and you can compare that to literally any phone today, and it's like 100,000 times better of a processor. And so what that means is the ways from before aren't really applicable today, and so we need faster, better, and more robust ways to process all this data that's coming in. So in the past, we used to bring this data in either CSVs or Excel files and import them into the software. But now the data volumes have gotten so large, it's actually better to move the software to the data. And so that brings containerization, which has been covered before. So there's two CakeFest talks in the past that I kind of relied on. And so I've linked them here. They're a little bit different than what I'm going to cover, but I recommend watching these later if this is something you're planning to implement in your Cake applications. So a little agenda. So I plan to talk about me, then what we do at Southwest Research Institute Space Science, what we needed and why containerization and this sort of methods of deployment were needed, and how we got to where we're at, what tools we used and found useful and not useful, and then what we plan to do in the future, and then lastly, I'll finish up with some question and answer. So as for myself, I'm Umer Salman. Online, I'm Umer936, which makes it pretty easy. But I work at Southwest Research Institute in San Antonio, Texas, and I've been there 2.5 years. So my degree is from University of Texas at Austin, and I actually have an electrical and computer engineering degree. So I've worked with hardware as well as software. I've been using PHP since the Nintendo DSi. So actually, I had the Nintendo DSi, but I didn't have any games. So the web browser could run a lot of stuff, and so people came up with like the Nintendo DSi community, which is basically making PHP social media sites on it. So all the debate about like IDEs and stuff, Vim, PHP Storm, at least you're not using a touchscreen with a stylus. Then I've also done work in robotics and cybersecurity, and I like a bunch of stuff, including cars and tropical weather and all kinds of things. So Southwest Research Institute. We do a lot of cake development. I've been there only recently, so Cake 4 was already out, but my group has been using CakePHP since the 1 point something days, And we have over 45 CakePHP projects, specifically for supporting space science operations. And we're constantly using all kinds of things in the CakePHP ecosystem, including the different user account plugins like auth and ACL, our own one, CakeDC users, TinyAuth. So we kind of touch on everything, with so many applications. We find a way to use different ones. And then we also use DineroMarQ and CakePHP, so I'll cover those later. We also override some of the things in Cake, so I'm expecting to find out if those are bad. And then we also modularize these things because we don't want to duplicate things across so many applications. We use a lot of Bootstrap, and one thing we do in common in a lot of these applications is interface with a lot of space science code bases that are written by scientists. And so we kind of treat those as like a black box sometimes and provide an interface to work with IDL or Python or C++. Some examples of applications we build. So this one in particular, GeoViz, has a C++ and IDL program behind it. And essentially we provide a front end for it and user accounts. And so there's a giant drop-down list of different space missions, including Voyager 1, Voyager 2, Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and the scientists can configure the parameters to interface with that application rather than having a giant command line and stuff like that. So this is one place where actually the containerization and queue stuff is actually very important because the program that runs these is actually large and complicated and runs a lot of math. And so we have, you can see on the sidebar, we have a queue, and the scientists will have 300 plus things in this queue with thousands of frames each. And so being able to provide that in a way that doesn't take a whole week to chug through is what we are looking for and doing. And then this is kind of an example of what it spits out. So you can see what comes out from doing those parameters. So you can choose to have it use different star maps, or you can set the different kernels for the flight plans. And so they use these for flybys to determine whether specific instruments should be on or off at certain times in the flight plan. And so we use the queue a lot in that. And so we've taken DineroMarQ and extended it to include our parameters, and it'll filter out all the ones that are the default parameters. So that way when something screws up, we can see exactly what's different from what the user selected and what we know is good and proper. And because there's a lot of moving parts in each step, and so it tells us whether the error is in the IDL code or on the system, or if it's there's just no data for that time range. And then this site is actually live and open to the public as well. And we have user accounts. And so, yeah, so this is what it looks like. Another application, we do kind of the same thing in a lot of places. So in this case, we also take space science data, and there's 4 spacecraft that have this same type of sensor in it. And so for HPCA, the Hot Plasma Composition Analyzer, you can see the running site. The scientists are able to look at the plots and zoom in and all that good stuff. I don't know the science data. That's their job. We just make it nice and easy for them to use. And then we also do some conference softwares for all completely in CakePHP for managing conferences related to discussing like the findings from these missions, so specifically for Juno, and we have these very modularized, and so we're able to spin these out really quickly with just like forms and whether they submit abstracts and so on. But we use that same modularization ideas in the more complicated science one. So we have our Science Operations Center, and this is actually where we've done the most work in the containerization, because we have all these different parts on the left, and some of these can be processor intensive or need a lot of storage, which we don't want to do on the bare metal like server. And so we do, again, the same application for multiple different spacecraft and different missions. But you can see they all generally look the same, and I'll talk about how we do that and manage all those different code bases together in a little bit. I'm going to go into like the terms that I plan on using. Oh, one last thing is I wanted to point out, see these plots towards the middle here on Visio? Those kind of look like the same plots that are on HPCA. And so we don't want to duplicate that processing stuff. And so it's very important that we're able to move these out in a way that we can use it on these completely different applications. So some terms I'm going to be using are Docker and containerization. And Podman is another one that's like Docker, but I'm just going to use containerization probably to mean any of them. And there have been other, there's a lot of resources on like what that means, but in short, it's just like a way to stick your application and its dependencies in, you can basically think of it as like a shipping container. And in the shipping container analogy, the transportation cost becomes negligible. And so that was what changed shipping throughout the world. And so containerization is kind of the same thing in software, where now you can take that container, move it to a high-performance computing cluster, you can move it to Amazon Web Services, and just expect that everything's packaged together, and you don't have, you know, wires sticking out the sides. I actually used to think that containerization was kind of silly, because I thought it was a bad idea to just ship all the dependencies with your software, because you should just make your software better and like not have those problems where it only works on your machine. But sometimes there's just so much that you have to, like, it really solves a lot of problems. Then Galley I'll be using to refer to Alex Mayer's CakePHP plugin. I mentioned it earlier, but we've been using that quite a bit, and it's he has a CakeFest talk from last year about it. And then Kubernetes. Kubernetes, actually the term comes from helmsman, which means to pilot, and specifically like for boats. And so Docker has all kinds of like boat-related terminology, and so it's actually becomes easier to think about it in that way. So Kubernetes is a way to manage those Docker containers, to pilot them around on what systems they're at. AWS is Amazon Web Services. It's Amazon has a cloud hosting platform for you to stick your software on. And then S3 is Amazon's way that they've determined how to do storage in cloud environments. And so, but it's a standard. So you can actually have an S3 bucket or container for storing your data and not have it be tied to AWS. And then microservices is like the idea of having each part of your applications be their own containers. And so they just have one responsibility rather than you have something that has multiple responsibilities and you take all those services and make them as small as possible. This slide is a little, there's a lot of stuff on it, but I'm just gonna go through the key points. And but basically we needed to decide what was best to do. Because we knew running bare metal, which is what we've been doing for quite some time, isn't the best. Now, it's tried and tested, and there's a ton of like documentation and resources on how to do it, and you don't have to deal too much with like HTTPS certs and stuff, but it causes problems with updates. So PHP 8 is out, and moving the web server that has PHP on it to PHP 8 is going to break a lot of things. And so if each application is dependent on that same one, on the bare metal, then you're stuck until you figure out how to go, with 45 plus applications and be able to bump it up. And then same with security, is you can only manage so many things, and so if one site gets hacked, then now they have access to your entire server because it's all running on bare metal. And then you have potential for conflicts in between them. Maybe you want a different MySQL version, but you don't get that option because everything's installed just in the on the OS, and then you don't have portability. Everything has to run on the web server, and so if the power goes out, something like that, then you gotta wait. Cloud is the next option. If you talk to anyone over the last few years, they would have said that cloud is the way to go, like 100%, and like it very much was kind of hype trained. And it's really nice, because you can have the whole infrastructure not be your job. It's Amazon's problem. The data center catches fire, they'll bump it to a different, Amazon or Google data center, and you don't even notice. It adds 20 milliseconds of delay or something like that. They handle the backups, the speed, because it's distributed, and they really push you to do microservices. The problems begin where it becomes expensive. So even Amazon itself realized this because for Amazon Prime Video, just last year, or I think it was early this year, they dumped AWS for its video QA team, and it cut their hosting costs by 90%. Because they realized that trying to do everything within the ecosystem isn't sustainable. It's good to help you grow, but at a certain point, then you got to start cutting costs somewhere. And so it's also super complicated. So AWS itself has 240 different containers options for things that they supply on their own, and you can deploy your own containers as well. So it becomes, this giant landscape that is impossible for someone to know without becoming an expert in just doing that. But we're web devs, so we shouldn't be doing that. And then microservices, I put that also in the con side, because if everything is only doing the one thing, then there becomes just too many moving parts that, again, you get distracted from the point of actually web developing. Docker, WAMP, and Laragon, they were actually mentioned in an earlier CakeFest talk today. I like the fact that they create the separate environments per app, which reduces the cons from bare metal, where you can keep things separate and not have the conflicting versions and things, but it doesn't deploy to the web server well. And so I'm going to kind of gloss over that one because we've covered it already. But then Docker Compose, this one actually, Galley, again, we talked, has been covered a bit before, is pretty helpful, and Devilbox operates in a similar fashion, but they're pretty straightforward and allow the separation, and they also allow you to deploy it to your web servers for production. So that's actually really helpful. But they're not distributable, and they don't really scale. So if you want to have multiple containers of a certain type, then you need Kubernetes. And so Kubernetes is nice because you can now manage all those containers. And you can do it either pure Kubernetes, where you have it all in one location, either an on-premises server or an AWS, or you can do a hybrid where you have some parts in some place and some parts in another place. But again, that gets complicated. And so Rancher is a tool to manage that, and it basically describes it as treating your containers like cattle. And so like the containers are disposable and they can be thrown to whatever pasture. But you kind of have to go all in. You know, you put all of your things in containers and you're good to go, but otherwise you have a little bit of friction, and there's only so many things you can containerize at once. So we went with more of a hybrid, where we containerize some things and deploy in some different places. And so this allows a lot of progressive enhancement. So the thing I mentioned earlier, if the container is available for it to run on a different computer, that's awesome. It'll go through, it'll run. But in case that system is down, then it'll fall back to the bare metal host. And what we don't have yet, but we want to do, is where it'll also fall back to AWS if even that one is down. And we'll just pay the AWS fee because it's worth it to have things online versus just be stuck. And then we're not locked in any way. But again, it's more parts to keep track of, and it's not always optimized like you can have your containers being, because you have different overheads for different things. So now that we've had kind of decided that we were going to containerize certain things, but not everything, we thought of what we wanted to containerize. So our plotting library is called SDDAS, and it's like data acquisition, and we needed that in a container, and we went ahead and just used Ubuntu because it's got everything and ready to go. It needs a GUI, and so that actually caused some challenges in the Docker Compose, but we were able to figure out how to do it. Then we needed the web pod, which is our CakePHP applications, and we just use Nginx, and we based it very heavily off of the galley method of creating these containers. And we ended up not using NPM for anything and just doing everything server side with HTMX for like not having to do JavaScript rendering or client-side rendering. Then we needed a messaging container to communicate between all these different parts. So we went ahead with RabbitMQ, and then databases, MySQL and Postgres. There's other more cloud-native database technologies like CockroachDB, which we've looked into, but we just haven't gotten to that point. And so we've just been keeping on MySQL. And then data processing, that's just Python over some data processing code. Visualization, again, Python and SDDAS. And then we have volumes for managing our certificates. So for HTTPS, you need to keep certificates. And that's actually quite a bit of a challenge. I was kind of expecting it to not be as annoying as it was. But when you're doing everything on a VPN, then it also can't call out to a certificate authority. And so you have to convince each container that you're actually who you say you are. And then we have a worker space volume, which is just where these kind of a shared space for different containers in a pod to like communicate with each other or to store the things that they're working on. As I mentioned, containerization and Kubernetes especially gets very complicated very fast. And so this is a website which just shows you the landscape of all the different options for Kubernetes and containerization. And so it's like, if you want to pick a database, here's like 40 different options. And obviously that's not feasible to go through. So at some point you kind of just got to go with what you've seen things work for and not worry about all the noise because there's a lot. And there's always the newer, better one that's 0.5% faster, but you want to make it manageable as well. So then how did we take all of our applications and put them in a way that, that can use the things I just talked about, where we can actually take the jobs and put them somewhere else to go be chugged along with. So again, following a lot of the galley stuff to get started, we created an env, and a pro tip is to just link the config.env to the main root of it, the project, so that when you do vim env, you actually end up where you want. But we keep the configs that will change based on the deployment. So if it's like a test versus a production one, all these database variables are going to be changed. And it can be read in both by the Docker Compose and by CakePHP. Then we use the default code in Bootstrap for reading in that env, but we've modified it a little bit to check and see if it's already loaded in the env, because we hit something where when we're running CLI commands, it got mad that like it's already defined, and we're not quite sure why, but this fixed it. So again, moving on. So then we wanted to take the parts that could be containerized and move them into modular areas for being able to do so. And so we approach this in two different parts. We separated into plugins. And so we have a plugin for all these different spacecraft missions. So this is, you're looking at the plugin folder for the generic science operations center that I had mentioned earlier. And we basically have each mission in there. And when we deploy, we can delete all the other ones and everything works. And we also have a few things that are common between a bunch of them, and we have those as their own plugin as well. So you can see health and safety. Those are for plotting the health and safety data from the spacecraft. And then queuable tasks are where we put all of our queue stuff, because not all of these sites actually need queuing. Some spacecraft just don't need that kind of data. And then we have on our own Bootstrap where we go into the plugin and read that config. And so you can see here's an example of CODIS. And in this case, there's very little stuff in the plugin. It's literally just the things that are being overridden from the main. But we also don't want stuff cluttering the main that only gets used in that specific spacecraft. And then we also have like the CSS and stuff where we use CSS variables. And so the base just defines everything with CSS variables, and then we write the variables in the webroot folder in the plugin. Here's an example of what like essentially the app local, but the app for that spacecraft instrument is. And so in this case, we have the health and safety plugin, which is an additional plugin that we've defined. And I'll show in a second how that gets actually loaded into the application. But these parameters can change frequently, especially as the instrument is being developed. And so we didn't want these stored in a database, because that becomes just more involved of a process, whereas this one we can literally change, as things go on. And it's one place to change for the spacecraft, or for the instrument. And then we have some constants like, the site name and stuff like that. So how that actually gets in, which this part I'm not convinced is the best way to do it, but it's kind of an override that we've done. And so we read in that additional plugins array, and then if it is in the array, or if it's a valid thing, then we do add it to PSR4 so that PHP knows where those classes are, and then we do the Cake add plugin for that plugin, and so Cake knows that it's a plugin. And we've overridden our routes to go to the plugin folders controllers first, and then we have a middleware that if it's not there, to bump it back to the base. And so it's kind of a convoluted way, but it actually works really well for what we wanted it to do, and where we don't have just files that don't do much of anything because it's more segmented, I guess. Then we've also done modularization on the for queuing. And so we first started with GeneroMarQ because it's much more like straightforward than going to the CakePHP queue, because there's, you just have the thing and it's local and you get things like progress bars and abort and requeuing. And so we now actually include both into our project, and the CakeQ one only gets called if that queuable tasks plugin is in the optional plugins config array. And so that allows us to have our program call out to these containers over Rabbit using CakeQ, but then not rely on having to only do that. And so we can run things locally. And then another thing is we really like the templates and views that come with GeneroMarQ. But another problem we had is that the configs actually conflict. And so that actually was kind of a challenge because, we have the queue for CakeQ in the main, or for GeneroMarQ in the main, and then in the queuable tasks plugin, we override that by deleting the original one and writing the one for here. Because they use the same key, and so they get really mad, actually, if they're both there together. And there were a couple different things I tried, but ultimately this was the way it had to go. And then it actually causes some issues on the CLI side as well, because sometimes I try to run a queue and I end up at the wrong one. And so haven't completely figured out the best way to manage that yet. But the way we handle the jobs, because they also operate differently on using a job versus a task, is we have a common code called process mediator, and this is actually where the where it actually calls the job to do, but we have a job and then a task for different ones, so that way it can be handled by whichever one is available. And so we have that fallbacking in there. That's about it on the, I guess, the changes we made to our code to be able to make these deployments happen, and have it be that hybrid that I mentioned, where you can still have your code running, your Cake app running on bare metal, but then have all this complicated processing stuff somewhere else, which is also important because sometimes we end up with errors like where it actually crashes the PHP thread or something, and that would actually be really bad if it's on the same system as everything else. Or it locks out, the plotting software takes up too much memory and it kind of locks out everything else. So now in this case, the container uses too much memory, it doesn't matter. Just kill it, or it'll die on its own. It's not affecting anyone else. It can go, eat glue in the corner. And then we've done pretty much all of this over just the past year. So we're still very new into this space. But we've found a lot of tools that have been helpful and some that we've had trouble with kind of wrapping our heads around. I'm just going to mention these real quick on like what we found that's useful for making these deployments that are agile in both being able to adapt to customer requirements and also agile in where they're deployed. But Rancher is one, and that allows us to manage Kubernetes, because managing Kubernetes from the command line is very difficult, and you don't really know what you're doing sometimes, whereas like a GUI is kind of nice. Another one is Dashi, and so this one I'm going to show, but essentially when you spin up all these containers using their own Docker composes, then a lot of times you'll define the port in the Docker compose, but you can actually just leave that blank and it'll pick a random port. And a lot of times that's easier when you're treating your containers like cattle, where they're essentially disposable. But you'd still want a way to keep track of the ones that you use all the time, that you keep live and up. And so in that case, we have this Dashi dashboard for going to the two different clusters we have and the two ranchers we have. One is on our on-prem server, which is our development server. And then another one is actually a high-performance computing cluster that we have access to. And so that's actually the goal for this, is to have these containers on that high-performance computing cluster, and then all of this processing just happens like super fast, because that server or that high-performance computing cluster is literally just sitting there depreciating in value because we're not using it. And so we might as well use it. It's not just for us. It's for a lot of other sciences. But again, we have access to it. Then for managing our containers and our code, we have these in a Git thing hosted on our in a Docker container. And people have mentioned GitLab before, but it's essentially a more free open source software version of GitLab. I wasn't entirely sure on GitLab's licensing, and so it just seemed easier to go with Git. And it provides us the code in a Git server, and it also provides us with a container registry where we keep all of our containers that we've now built with these different space science software and can include in these different environments, while having this all in VPN and not open to the public. And so we've found that one to be very useful. Then dependency track. This one is good because now you have a lot of dependencies, and so it lets you be able to manage those, but honestly, the keeping track of that many and like updating it and that proved to be a little more work than it was worth. Then we have Watchtower, which keeps these containers up to date, so you can specify which containers that you always want it to just go through and check the latest on. Longhorn and MinIO are storage solutions that we haven't quite gotten to using effectively yet, but MinIO is like an S3 storage bucket that I mentioned earlier, and it allows you to have all your containers use that, because there's no such thing as a local file system when you're like on the cloud. Prometheus and Grafana are for like logging and metrics. We haven't gotten to using those yet. Traffic is for like port management. Colima is helpful when you're doing Docker on a Mac. And then Cockpit actually comes with Rocky Linux, but it's helpful for seeing what containers are using what amount of resources and seeing which ones have died and going to the logs and such. So I can go and see the logs from a certain container. Well, this one doesn't have any logs, but this one does. And so you can see all of this from that dashboard. And then lazy Docker, lazy Kubernetes are kind of like that, but in the terminal. For what's next, we want to tie all these different parts that I've mentioned together, and also collect metrics on like how much faster things are. We know it's going to be faster being on the high performance computing cluster, but we want to be able to show how fast. And then CI/CD. So Git has actions in beta, and so by the time we're ready for it, I think it'll be there, but we're not quite ready for it. And then auto scaling, we want to be able to have the container that's running on the server read the RabbitMQ queue and then spin up the number of containers to best manage that queue, rather than just having one or having a ton just sitting there for no reason. And then we want to optimize these containers because they all have Ubuntu, but by using Alpine, we'll be able to like slim down those containers, and then be able to fall back to AWS is something we haven't accomplished yet, and then better managing certificates, because when you're on a VPN, then you have like HTTPS certificate things. And then this is a YouTube channel that I recommend. He has a giant home lab, and he actually runs pretty much every tool that I'd mentioned just at his house. And he has like, I don't know, 6 different servers running. And there's a lot of good info that he's provided online. That is about it. I wanted to thank the people at Swiri that work with me on this. So that's Joey, Steven, and then Keith and Carrie. And then, as again, these slides are available at the URL. And that'll open the floor for questions.
Any questions here?
And feel free to reach out on Slack or email or however you want. I'm very open to questions, and I'm happy to respond to, yeah. All right, well, I guess I have 3 minutes, so if there's no questions, then I can actually show you what this looks like in when it's actually running on the site. So in this case, actually, I don't think, no, yeah, I can do it. So we got to turn on these containers. And if anyone does have questions, feel free to stop me in between. So we have the part that's in the container on a completely different system, and then we have the part here that listens to the response that comes back from the Python code. And so in this case, we have Python that's running. And actually, I'm going to kill that first. And we can go here to standard plots. And so this has stuff drawn in it. And so we hit generate plot. And so now if we check the queue, we now have a queue for the plot, and we now have a queue for the return. And then if we run the thing to process the queue, we see the info as populated here, and it responded with success, and it sent it back. And so now on the web server, it's gone ahead and written that file to where the web app expects it to be, and so now we can see it. And now, all that complicated stuff is not happening on the web server, it's happening somewhere else, and we can continue to play with it as if it were basically local. This plot's not very interesting. That's it for me. Are there any more questions on Slack or anything? I haven't seen it. Cool.
All right, thank you. Don't forget, if you do want to sign up for a lightning talk, that will happen after Wim's talk. Come and see me in between, and we'll get you signed up. Okay. All right, welcome back. We are going to get into our next talk. Actually, a return speaker. I think the last time we saw Wim was in Japan when we were there back in 2019, but he's bringing years of experience and he is ready to wrap us up before the cake ceremony. So everybody, please welcome Wim Godden.
Thank you. Okay. This is actually a sort of a sequel to that talk in Japan.
Oh, I love that.
But I don't know how many of you were there, actually. But don't worry, it's not. You don't need to have seen the first talk. So we're going to talk about WebSockets. Let me quickly tell you a little bit about myself. Well, that's my name. I'm from. Ooh, this is very odd. This is supposed to show a map of Europe. I hope the other pictures work. Well, so I'm from the dark green spot in the center of that, which is Belgium. Best known for Belgian beer and chocolate and other tasty, yummy things. And odd-looking buildings. This is an iron crystal magnified 65 billion times. And apparently it has the highest toilet in Belgium. I live in a town very close to Antwerp. We have a beautiful abbey and a couple of castles, all very, very nice. And I started a company about 22 years ago called Cube Solutions. We build a lot of software, not a lot of CakePHP, mostly Symfony stuff, some Python, some hardware integrations. And I've been doing all sorts of stuff with open source since around 1997. For those of you who don't know this project called PHP Compatibility, check it out. It's something you can use to see if your code is compatible with newer versions of PHP. So it will analyze your code. Or it will do the opposite. Let's imagine you're coding on PHP 8.2, but your production environment is still running 7. something. Then you can tell it to see, you can tell it to check whether your code is actually going to work on your production environment. And I've been doing talks like these for a while. Let's see who you are. Who here is a developer? Yeah, pretty much everyone, okay. Anyone doing system engineering as well? Okay. Who's ever worked with Websockets? Not so many people. Okay, good. So, there's the old way of doing things, and by old I mean pre-2010, and there's a new way. The old way, we used to show content, load a page, and then somebody would click, and then we would load another page. The new way, of course, is we want to show content and push real-time updates. The old way, the way it used to work, is the client would say, oh, get some page, and the server would return it, and then the user would click, and it would happen again and again and again. Then first attempt at real-time updates was Ajax polling. So you would say, get updates, and the server would reply, nope, got no updates. And again, nope, got no updates, until at some point there was some new information, and then the server would say, yep, I got an update, and here's the data. And then again, it would poll, nope, got no updates. Not very friendly in terms of server load. You're constantly polling, so this is not ideal. There's another way of doing it, which is called long polling, which is client says, get updates, and then it just sits there. The server doesn't reply until it finally gets new data, and then it replies with that update. But now you're holding that connection open on an HTTP server, which could be maybe Apache, which is maybe not ideal, so yeah. WebSockets work slightly differently. You initiate and upgrade a connection. I'll get back to that in a minute. And once that connection is open, once the WebSocket is active, then the server will send new data and send new data. But the client can also say, oh, I have a request, or I have something that I want to send to the server, and in the meantime, the server can communicate back. Everything can happen simultaneously, basically. You can have you can send multiple things at the same time from the client, and the server can send multiple things at the same time to you. So, how do we actually make that connection? So, there's a couple of different ways of doing it, but most people will use a standard web server, like usually Nginx. You can do it on Apache as well, but I don't recommend it because Apache is a bit more limited in terms of the number of connections it supports easily. So this is a request. Client sends a standard HTTP 1.1 request and says, for example, get chat client. Specifies the hosts, and then specifies a header upgrade, WebSocket, connection upgrade. This is a bit specific to WebSockets. What will happen is the web server, if it supports WebSockets, it will recognize this and say, oh, I'm going to have to upgrade the connection. And from this point onwards, I'm going to let the WebSocket protocol, whatever it wants to do, deal with it. I'm not going to be bothered with it anymore. I'm not going to try to talk HTTP anymore. You can see there's a sec WebSocket key. That key is sent by the client, and the server will return a hashed version of it. which is sort of a way of saying, oh, I recognize you and I authenticate that you are indeed speaking the same language. And you can also see there's a protocol and there's a version. Now the version is 13 and has been 13 for a very long time. The protocol, the client can theoretically specify multiple protocols that it supports, and then the server is going to pick one, or say, I don't support any of them, and then the WebSocket connection will not work. So the server will reply HTTP 1.1, and then it will not reply 200 OK. It will actually reply 101 switching protocols. Again, it will say upgrade connection. It will reply with that hash key, and it will mention which protocol it wants to talk. As soon as we have this situation, now information can flow in both directions using the protocol that they agreed on. In this case, I chose chat. Yeah. So, those protocols, as I mentioned before, the client and the server has to support the same protocol, otherwise they cannot communicate with each other. There are several popular ones. The most popular one is probably WAMP. What's in there is PubSub and RPC, for example. We'll get back to that. There's Stomp, which is sort of a messaging protocol that's being used a lot. But you can write whatever protocol you would like. So you can say, okay, I'm going to write something that exchanges messages using XML or using JSON, and I'm going to split my messages every X number of bytes, and I'm going to have some kind of keep alive system in there. You can do whatever you want, theoretically. Most people choose to stick to WAMP because it's a common standard and it's been implemented by a lot of libraries and it's very versatile. What's important to know with WebSockets, because you're communicating in both directions at the same time possibly, is you need to have asynchronous communication. So both the client and server have to support this, otherwise, well, the server could be sending you a lot of data and you're still processing on your client, you're still processing something, and the data is coming in, but you're not actually receiving it anymore. You're not doing anything with it. Luckily, PHP can do async. Actually, it can do it since PHP 4.1, although with PC and TL fork, that didn't really work very efficiently. But since 5.3, async has been around, so that works pretty well. And if we're talking about async stuff, then it means we have events. We need to handle events. So there's a couple of events, open, close, when the WebSocket connection starts and ends. There's a message event, which is when a message is received by the client. There's an error event. And then there's, of course, two methods, send and close. So what would you use WebSockets for? Well, synchronization of all sorts of data between, well, you could say between the browser and the server, but as we'll see later, it's not just a browser connecting to the server. It could also be two servers exchanging information over a WebSocket, or a mobile app connecting to, theoretically, another mobile app could even work on the same network. So anything goes there. A lot of HTML5 games, multiplayer games, use WebSockets to communicate. Live feeds. So for example, if you're watching a live stream or something, and you decide to click pause, that might actually trigger over WebSocket, might actually tell the server, hey, this person is paused, stop sending him new data. Or they use it a lot also for tracking, like when did he turn on captions? What language were the captions in? Did he fast forward at some point? All of that is being tracked. So they use it a lot for tracking stuff. Also, if you're on a website and there's live tracking of your cursor, things like that, a lot of that stuff is WebSockets as well. Then auctions is a good example. You don't want to be constantly polling, am I still the highest bidder, am I still the highest bidder? No, what will happen is everybody on that auction site will connect to the WebSocket server, and as soon as a new bid is received, the WebSocket server is just going to send it out to all of them simultaneously over the active connection. Real-time updates, financial applications, and of course the most common one, messaging or chat. Why do you do it? Well, you've got full duplex messaging. You've got stuff going in both directions, asynchronous. You don't have HTTP overhead because you don't constantly have to reconnect and have to send a GET or a POST request. The connection is open, the connection is live, so you've got low latency, and there's not a lot of overhead on bandwidth in terms of bandwidth either. And you can send multiple messages at the same time or receive multiple pieces of data at the same time, so stuff can be fragmented even, and that's not an issue. There's no caching, so that's a disadvantage because it's not really a GET request anymore, because as soon as that switching protocols things happen, HTTP, there's no HTTP anymore. The data is still transferred over the HTTP protocol, but whatever is in there cannot be cached. Of course, if you want to implement WebSockets, you'll have to change your application a little bit, or a lot in some cases. There's by default no message acknowledgement built into the standard WebSocket protocol, but of course a lot of those protocols like PubSub and RPC definitely have message acknowledgement. And there's no ping pong or keep alive. There is one defined in the RFC, but apparently nobody's implementing it, so a lot of the protocols have actually built it themselves. So if you want to use WebSockets, there's basically two ways of doing it. You can either use a WebSocket server that runs by itself, listens on a certain port, and then you connect to it, and then you can do whatever that WebSocket server is designed for, whichever protocols it speaks. Or you can actually build one yourself using some library, for example in PHP, as we'll see, and then you define what is available. Now, both have advantages. If you use a separate WebSocket server, for example, Crossbar is the most common one, you can use things like PubSub, because it's already available in that WebSocket server. You can have a client connecting to the WebSocket server and registering an RPC call, which we'll see later. Then it's actually the code for a certain RPC call is not going to run on the WebSocket server. It's going to be running on a certain client. There is a bit of extra work in terms of infrastructure setup because you have to set up a WebSocket server. However, it's easier to separate a lot of concerns or domains, and it scales a lot better. Whereas if you build it inside your code, well, you have full control, that's a plus, but it also means that it doesn't scale as easily. We'll see how that works in a couple of slides. So let's look at some client code. Normally, you would never write this kind of code, because if you're using things like Vue.js, well, they have WebSocket support built in, so you're never going to do new WebSocket and then the URL. So in this case, the WebSocket is opened with WS. There is WSS, which is secure WebSocket. And we're just going to connect to a certain URL, and we expect the WebSocket server to be running on that specific URL. He's going to try to do switch the protocols, upgrade the connection, and so on. Once we have a WebSocket object in JavaScript, we can define an onOpen method, onOpen event, an onMessage, and an onClose, and we can do things like send a message, and of course close the connection again. Very simplistic. This code really doesn't do a whole lot at all. If you want to send information, either you send it just as a string, you can send a piece of JSON by stringifying it, or you can send an object and give it a type as well. That's the very simplistic one. As I said, you would normally never use this directly in JavaScript because you'd use some kind of library that wraps around it and gives you all sorts of nice capabilities. Okay, let's look at how we would build a very simple WebSocket server in PHP. So in this case, we're not going to use Crossbar or some dedicated WebSocket server. We're going to use one that we can actually implement. We're going to use Ratchet, which has been around for ages, but works really well. So we define a class, my WebSocket server, which implements a certain interface. We define an onOpen method, which is just going to immediately send a message out. And we have an on message, an on close, and an on error, which we currently don't do anything with. How do we start this WebSocket server? We initialize an HTTP server, provide it, say, oh, we want you to use a WebSocket server, give it our class that we just defined, and say, you need to run on this specific port. And we just run it. And now we have a WebSocket server that's listening on port 8090. If you telnet to port 8090, it will immediately send you test message. We can extend that a little bit, and we can say, okay, our class that we had before, I'm going to store, I have a property clients here, and it's going to be an SPL object storage. And whenever somebody connects to our server, to our WebSocket server, I'm going to add that client that connects to my list of clients. And whenever that person disconnects, I'm going to remove it from the list. Okay, so now whenever someone connects, we add it to the list of clients. Great. When we receive a message, I'm going to loop through all my clients, and if the message I receive does not come from this specific client, then I'm going to send the message. So basically, 1, 2, 3 slides, and I built a chat client. Because anyone who connects, and I type something and send it, then everyone else who connected to it receives that message. So that's how easy it is to just build a chat client that runs on a certain port. Would I do it this way? No, because let's imagine it's in a browser. I could now start sending like JavaScript stuff and XSS exploits and all of that. I actually gave a little demo years ago in Australia, and the day before I gave a security workshop. And this thing was running on the network, and they started like injecting all sorts of weird things during my demo, so that wasn't that much fun. Okay, so there's a couple of protocols that you can use. I mentioned WAMP before. It has 2 things in there called PubSub and RPC. PubSub, who's ever used PubSub systems? Yeah, okay. So publish, subscribe. Basically, a PubSub system has a central message broker, as they call it. You send a message on it, you publish a message on it, you give it a certain topic and a certain content, and then anyone who is subscribed to that topic receives that message. Examples of existing systems are well-known. One is Mosquito, MQTT. Redis is another example of a system that uses PubSub as well. How does it work? Well, I'll take Mosquito as an example here. We have our user here at the bottom, and they can connect to the Mosquito. And they say, I connect, and I subscribe to the topic stock price. Now, whenever a message is published on the topic stock price, that user will be sent that message. So if we have an external source here, and that external source connects to our Mosquito and publishes a stock price for Amazon of 940, whatever, just took a number, then Mosquito is, of course, internally going to push that to the topic stock price. And now any user that was subscribed to stock price receives that update. That's how PubSub works in every single system out there. So this is very useful to exchange information that you want everyone to get. Like the example I gave before about an auction system, where if the bidding price is changed, well, everybody who is currently watching that specific item on which the bidding is taking place will be subscribed to the topic of that item. Well, we only have to push a new bidding price once, and everybody will receive it. RPC is the other thing that WAMP has on board, and WebSocket servers such as Crossbar have. And RPC basically means you connect to the WebSocket server, and then you can make a call, which is run somewhere by one of the clients that offers that call. So a client will connect to the WebSocket server and say, hey, I have a call available to run a specific piece of code. You can run that specific piece of code through me. And then any other client that connects to the same WebSocket server can make that call, and it will be executed on the other client. So let's take an example. Let's imagine a client connects to the WebSocket server and says, inside the code says, okay, I have a function here, which is basically going to return the sum of two arguments. Then if that session variable here is the WebSocket connection, that client can say, I register this specific name of the RPC call, and I provide it with my function. And then it's just going to sit there and wait. And then someone else, some other client, can connect to the same WebSocket server and say, call that method with these parameters, which is going to actually call that over the WebSocket server. So you have two clients. One of them is calling through the WebSocket server, the other method running on the other client. And for those of you who know the promise system in JavaScript or any other language, this basically, the then here means that if the call is successful, it will execute that piece of code. If the call is not successful, it will execute that piece of code. So why would you use RPC calls? Well, anything that requires things like approval or a status change before you're allowed to continue makes sense that you use RPC calls, or anything that you want to offload to another system. That could be a financial transaction. Like, you don't want to deal with the financial transaction here. You're saying, okay, perform this financial transaction and let me know when it's finished. It can happen asynchronously. In the meantime, you can do other things. It could be things physical, as we'll see in a minute. Opening a door, turning on a light, turning off a light. You basically say, okay, turn on the light, and then you wait, and it replies back, the light is now on. Okay, now I can continue and I can open the door, or something like that. For those of you using home automation like Home Assistant, it uses WebSockets in the background. Streaming, again, same story. You press play or you change a channel, things need to happen in the background. That's what RPC is very useful for. So this is a bit far, like the next step already. If you really want to scale up, because if you have a lot of users, you could be faced with the challenge, do I use a single WebSocket process or do I use multiple? Now, if you're using a thing like Crossbar, then you can handle tens of thousands of WebSocket processes at the same time. So that's not really an issue. If you run it on PHP, well, you might be faced with some issues at times. Normally, I would always say use a single one. Simple apps like a chat, you don't need multiple WebSocket servers, obviously. If you have a more complicated app, but your clients are trusted, well, don't worry, run it on a single one. If you have a complex app, or you have a clear separation of, okay, I want certain clients that are facing the internet, they can connect to the WebSocket server, but I have internal processes as well, you might want to separate those on a different server. Or high traffic, of course, it's the same thing. What's important to note is, if you have multiple, you get a lot more complexity, of course, that makes sense. Oh, and there's a piece of text here missing. If you decide not to run Crossbar, but you decide to write your own WebSocket server in PHP, which is fine, then whenever you do like a WebSocket, like an RPC call, for example, if something makes a call to your code, then whenever you are running that code, you're not communicating at that time. Because even though PHP can do asynchronous stuff, when you're actually running a process that's going to do database queries and so on, well, everything is blocking at that point. So that's why using a separate WebSocket server might make more sense, because you will be able to scale better. Okay, I want to talk about a couple of less standard ways of using WebSockets. So normally, if you were to implement a chat, for example, as I discussed before, if you have a WebSocket server and you have two clients connecting to that WebSocket server, they can both subscribe to the topic chat, for example. And then they can publish messages to the topic chat, and the WebSocket server will, using PubSub, automatically push any message that was received to everyone who is subscribed to that topic. The problem is, of course, at some point somebody joins the chat and starts swearing and starts doing nasty things, saying all sorts of things that you don't want. Or starts sending XSS and other nasty hack attempts into the chat channel. What's the solution to that? Well, PubSub doesn't provide a solution. You publish and you subscribe, there's no way to, oh well, there's a way to filter it, but yeah, normally everything that is published is automatically sent through. What you can do, however, is turn it into an RPC call. So now you have what we call a mediator process, which connects to the WebSocket server and offers an RPC call called send message. And now, if they want to send a message, well, they have to use the RPC call. And then that mediator process can do all sorts of filtering, can do logging maybe as well at the same time, can do various things, and then it just sends back the message to each client. Another thing you could do is create an aggregator. I'm going to use an example of one of our clients. So this is a client, we build software for their locker system. So this is a locker at the locker unit at the Belgian Railways. So we have a little screen here, we have a payment terminal, we have a barcode/QR reader, there's a ticket printer in there, there's a whole bunch of hardware devices. And that entire system runs on a Linux computer that's in there, like a mini, it's like a 4-core, 4 gigabyte of memory, not super powerful, but powerful enough to control the whole thing. And then you can, on the screen, you can rent a locker or pick up a package because there's parcel delivery in there and so on. But as you saw, there's a bunch of devices in there. And for example, this payment terminal is needed in order to rent a locker because you have to pay for it. So if that payment terminal for some reason becomes unavailable, that button shouldn't be there. We use WebSockets to connect everything here. The hardware devices are monitored using processes. We have the UI that is using WebSockets and so on. And so whenever something happens in the system, other components can immediately be aware of that. How does that work? We have our WebSocket server in the middle. We have our UI, which is built in Vue.js, and it connects to the WebSocket server. And it subscribes to a bunch of things, and it can do RPC calls. And then every single hardware device that is detected starts up its own process. Most of those are Python. One of them is PHP for the printer. So, for example, we have our payment device. Our process runs Python. It connects to the WebSocket server, and it will basically say, OK, the payment device is available. It's online. It can be used. And the same thing here for the coin reader. Yes, some people still pay cash on those things. So it works over serial connection. So we detect automatically that it's there. We start a process, connects to the WebSocket server, and it says, yep, the coin reader is now available, and you can use it. Now, obviously, what we don't want is this process and that process constantly saying, I'm available, I'm available, I'm available. That's just too much, because here I only show 2 devices. In reality, we support about 30 of them. The UI would just be handling, I'm available the whole time, which is pointless. It only needs to know when a device status has changed, because then it might have to hide a button or show a button or do something else. So for that reason, we have an extra process called a device status aggregator. And it will just listen to these processes announcing, hey, I'm available, or I'm not available. Or it will just listen and check, when was the last time I received I'm available? And if it's been more than X seconds ago, it will basically update the global status of all the devices. And then it will basically push that, so yeah, they will each publish their own status. And then the aggregator process will push over the WebSocket server. It will say, A was last updated then and is online. B was last updated then and is online. C is not online, so hide the button because it's not online anymore. This allows you to dynamically update everything that happens inside the system, even to the point where, let's imagine that we normally hand out an RFID card. If for some reason that device is missing, but we still have a ticket printer and a QR reader, we can actually print a QR instead, which can then be scanned. So it automatically falls back in that way. So we monitor all the devices automatically. This is a bigger list of devices, and you can automatically, based on this, update information. So that's what an aggregator would do, for example. Of course, the same thing goes for RPC stuff, because it's not just about, hey, what's the status, but also this device, for example, is a hopper. Basically, it can provide coins back. It can give money back. It works over serial, and you send certain commands, and then it can hop a certain amount of coins. So that's what it looks like. So here we can see we have a status. We can only detect whether it's full, middle level, or empty. There's nothing else. And we can say, okay, dispense a coin. And then we tell it how many coins it needs to dispense. So the RPC call that is in there will do that, but it will also reply, because maybe we asked it to dispense 10 coins, but there's only 5 left. Well, then maybe we can print a voucher or something else. Again, we need to handle that. So we have RPC dispense coin for that, which is, again, an RPC call across the whole thing. Now, it goes beyond this, because what if we have multiple physical devices? We have 2 terminals here, but they all together control all of those lockers. So we're clustering things now. So what we do is we have one WebSocket server, we have one UI on this side with all sorts of devices, and then we have another UI for the other terminal, but everything connects to the same WebSocket server. So they can know each other's status as well. Now, of course, at some point we have to open a locker, and we don't want both of these to be in control of opening lockers, because that could get a bit tricky, plus the device actually doesn't support multiple connections. So we have one of them, the master, that starts the locker controller and has an RPC call to open the locker door. And if for some reason this one fails, then that process will just start there, and the WebSocket server can also migrate to the other side. So anything basically goes, and we use the WebSocket server sort of as the central controller for exchanging information, but also doing things like opening doors and giving money back and so on. This is a very specific example, of course. I mean, this is hardware stuff, but it's not just hardware stuff. You can use WebSockets for infrastructure monitoring in a different way than most people do it. Most people use SNMP, and they poll every 5 minutes. They see if the disk is not too full, if the network is not too heavily loaded, and so on. You can easily implement stuff so that you get real-time updates about critical things. Any aggregation of events, whenever you have, for example, let's imagine that you need to upload, a user needs to upload multiple documents. Needs to upload an ID, and then needs to upload a document that needs to be signed, and so on. You could do that sequentially, of course, or you could say, well, I'm just going to upload all those documents simultaneously through RPC, and each call can be handled on a different environment, which makes it easier to scale. So that way you can reduce total processing time. There's a whole bunch of possible things you can do with WebSockets that go way beyond just chat or making simple calls for auctions and so on. Okay, I have some minor tips and tricks to finish with. If you want to use WebSockets and you want to use it behind Nginx, this one is a pretty critical one. Because by default, because it is a standard HTTP connection, it will use the timeout of a standard HTTP connection that's defined in Nginx, which usually is a minute or 2 minutes, but then your WebSocket connection will drop. So you need to actually tell Nginx, look, if it's a connection on that specific URL where your WebSocket URL is located, set the read timeout to an hour, for example. Same in HA proxy. If you want to learn more about WebSockets, this is an amazing resource. I will put these slides online, by the way, and I'll post the link in Slack as well. That's an amazing resource. It talks about how WebSockets work, but also all the various different ways that you can use them and ways that you can use them efficiently, and all the different libraries. WebSocket.org is a good resource. The Chrome Developer Console has WebSocket support, Firefox as well. One thing to note is that if you want to see details on everything that's going across your WebSocket connection, you need to open the console first before the connection is established. Otherwise, it will not show you any of the details, any of the traffic going over the WebSocket. If you want to benchmark it, there's 2 tools for that. Yeah, I left this in there for backwards compatibility if your clients are using very old browsers that don't fully support the WebSocket standard. But honestly, I wouldn't even go there anymore, because if they use a browser that's that old, well, they should upgrade. This is probably the best known WebSocket server, or definitely the most stable and most versatile one, crossbar.io. I checked yesterday evening and their website was down. Still down? Okay. It wouldn't even resolve DNS, so I don't know what's going on there. But so Crossbar is the server. It has WAMP support and a whole bunch of other stuff in there. The reason I went to the website was to check, because they were working on some automatic failover systems and automatic redundancy systems. And I wanted to check how far along that was, but I can't tell you. And then there's Autobahn, which is actually tied into Crossbar, and they have open source libraries for basically any language you can come up with the exception of PHP. But then there's a good PHP library called Throughway, which basically does exactly the same way. I would never recommend you to use in JavaScript, use WebSockets, barebone, just say new WebSocket. No, use a library, because it offers you a lot more flexibility, a lot more options out of the box. All right, any questions?
What would be the limiting factor on how many connections you maintain? Oh, yeah, of course. What would be the limiting factor on how many connections you could maintain with one WebSocket server?
It depends a bit on whether you do PubSub or RPC. With PubSub, the limiting factor, if you want to do it with your own code in PHP, the limiting factor would be how much your system can support on a single core. Because we have to forget, even though we are using pthreads, it's still one PHP process running on one core. If you're doing RPC calls, then your limit is basically how long does each call take, because they will all be handled sequentially. So if each RPC call is, for example, doing 15 database queries, and they all take, well, a fraction of a second, but in total it takes a second, then you're limited to one RPC call per second. So the only way to then scale that is having multiple clients connecting to the WebSocket server and offering the same RPC call. So it depends a bit on PubSub or RPC. PubSub is easier, and if you use something like Crossbar, then, well, you're not limited to much basic. I mean, you're not. There's no real low limit. We're talking about 30,000, 40,000 connections easily. I've done 10,000 on PHP with PubSub too, and it can handle it easily. But as soon as you go to any RPC things that do database queries, then yeah, that's going to be your limit.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, that is going to close out all of our talks. If we didn't have anybody who wanted to come up with a lightning talk, just interrupt me if you do, but I want to give a special shout out again to all of our sponsors, Cake Development Corporation, obviously the experts of CakePHP if you need any development for hire work, Passbolt, the perfect password manager if your team is looking for one, Zulu Cloud, which is basically Kubernetes for developers, SwiftCode's API, Mark Software, and CUDIP. Thank you guys so much. Thank you everybody for watching. If you'd like to stay tuned for the cake ceremony, we will be doing that in just a few minutes, and you're welcome to join us from home as well. It'll take us just a few minutes to set that up. So I'm gonna go ahead and do our last elephant giveaway. I'm gonna spin the wheel. They just have to be here. Stephen, congratulations. All right, thank you guys. Stay with us for cake. I'm good at other things. Okay. So how do we want to move a camera? Show the cake. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you might want to zoom out. I can make sure they stand to the sides, but zoom, yeah, please. And just let Mark stand right in front of them. Well, you first, and then. Well, no, because I thought he's going to introduce Mark and say thank you before he cuts the cake. And we're going to live stream the cake cutting. We're going to live stream the cake cutting for you.
No, I mean, but the speakers won't be needed for that.
He's talking.
He's tired. Okay.
You want me to gather them? Are we ready? It's like a 17-minute file. So we can definitely save cake. table, so if we can kind
There's one called Watchtower.
no one's listening to me.
So you run Watchtower in the container.
You know there was a list of like 20 tools you showed me.
Yeah, and I
That's
read
something we can
through it.
Watchtower runs on the server and inside a container and pulls images of the container.
Are you guys
These
ready?
containers don't run. They don't do anything.
Let's go gather and then Mark. Some can stand on this side of the table. We need a few on this side, just not right in front of the table. Yeah, it's on wheels.
It offers most checks.
Yeah, but that container cannot check across
the specific file. So it parses one file, and then nothing knows. Whereas there's some tools that look at it as when we build
You're not?
I'm just going to say something.
Okay.
So use more than one.
Okay, don't stand in front of the table, side. But Mark, you're gonna stand back here.
The master.
Some on this side. Yeah. Okay. Make sure they can see.
Don't cut it. Don't cut yet. Don't cut yet.
It's like a serious corner of that head.
Okay, I want to thank everybody for coming again this year. This really means a lot to be able to get people together, do this for the community and everything. And I want to give a special thanks to Mark for everything he's done for the CakePHP project all these years. Like, I'm the old guy around, but he's the staple that holds this project together. All right, the second oldest guy. Who's the second oldest? You? Oh, you're okay. And Kevin really stepped up. Something I've wanted to do for years was have online training, not just what we do at CakeDC, but the videos that are being done on the YouTube channel. Kevin stepped up last year. I think it was it's probably going on 2 years now that he's been working on it. And he's been doing it on a regular basis, getting some of those videos out. So that's something I want to say again. Thank you for that. And just a big thank you to the community in general. CakePHP has grown. This is 18 years that we've been going. 2 more years, we're going to hit 20, and I'm planning a big party for 20 years of CakePHP. So everybody plan on that. I don't know where we're going to do it at yet, but it's going to happen.
Think about that yet.
No, I will. I'll be thinking about it. But this is the cake is something that we do every year. That started in 2009, I believe it was. It's when we started having a cake at the ceremony. It's a tradition. We ask everybody to have a cake that is watching streaming too. People have cupcakes, everything. We've even had cupcakes at the Madrid. Yeah, we were at Madrid, so we had cupcakes there one time too. So Mark's been cutting the cake. I think I cut it in 2010 was the last time, and he's been cutting it ever since. So
I don't know if he even likes it cutting the cake.
I don't know. He may not even like it, but we asked him to cut the cake. So, but with that, again, thanks everyone, and enjoy the cake.
And everybody wave to our
Everybody wave
Thank
to the
you.
camera.
Not like that.
Yeah, the 20-layer cake.
How many cakes have you cut there?
Seemed like a
A little bit of an angle. So.
I've cut a lot of cakes. Oh, there's sticks in this one.
Okay, well, let's be careful.
There's a lot of sticks. We'll see.
He's done that before. You can
Practice.
This is my 8th cake I've come up with.
Are you Mario?
Oh, this is sticking there.
The last 2 weeks
When did we get this stuff
I don't know. We'll get out. They always come out eventually.
Okay. Well, everybody.
Yeah, come on down.
Not all at once. Yeah, I'm gonna go if nobody else is gonna grab a piece.
Oh, he has to cut all of
Oh yeah, I cut the whole cake, man. We'll cut some small ones if people want little ones.
Oh,
Fail.
Hey, he's grabbing forks.
What do you mean?
I thought we had 4.
We did, and I tried to grab him, but he can be faster.
Who needs forks?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Man was eating with their hands before forks were invented.
Whatever you prefer, we're not here to judge.
Oh boy. Making a mess. Making a mess. Double hand this. Okay.
Yeah,
Like during my talk, in my head the whole time, I was like arguing whether I should say, have your cake and eat it too. But I was like, no, that one's too easy. I can't make it. I'm fine.
I don't know, Umer. I think corny on the nose jokes like that are great.
Well, I was debating on it.
Because you're just leaning into it.